D. Phrasal verbs in topics. It can be useful to learn phrasal verbs in sets connected with a topic. Here, for example, are some from the context of work. I need to brush up on my computer skills for my new job.
The company laid off half its staff during the recession.
Tomorrow's meeting has been called off because Jack is ill.
Sasha has thrown himself into his new job.
It took me a few weeks to settle in at my new office.
It took me ages to put together the report.
A. Different kinds of associations. We often associate words with something that is not obvious from the literal meaning of the word. The dove, for example, is a white bird that has associations with peace. So if a journalist calls a politician a dove, they are suggesting that he or she is a peacemaker. Similarly, they might call a more aggressive, hardline politician a hawk, a bird which hunts its prey. Some associations, like those of dove and hawk, will be shared by most speakers of English, and they may even be included in a good dictionary for learners. Sometimes associations are not the same for all native speakers of the same language, but may vary from one geographical area to another. Black cats, for example, have associations with good luck in Britain, but with bad luck in the USA. Many associations are purely personal. Someone who had a bad experience of dogs in childhood may think of a dog as being fierce and frightening, whereas for others, dogs may represent loyalty and friendship. The most commonly shared association of the word dog in English is faithfulness. However, the phrase a dog's life is used to refer to a very unhappy and unpleasant life. B. Understanding associations.
Journalists, advertisers, and other writers or speakers who want to interest and entertain their audience often make use of word associations. A fashion advert might ask, for example, "Would you like to have that Paris look?" which draws on the associations of Paris with glamour and style. Or someone might refer to cowboy builders, meaning builders who are not careful or trustworthy. It might seem difficult at first to understand this kind of language, but your knowledge both of the world and of the primary meanings of words will help you. Paris, for example, is known throughout the world as a centre of high fashion, and it is quite possible that the name Paris is associated with glamour in your own language too. If you have seen a Western, you will have seen how cowboys often behave in a careless and dishonest way. Think, for example, about the words shark, scar, and diamond. You probably know their literal meanings: a large sea creature with sharp teeth, a mark left on the skin after a cut has healed, and a precious stone, respectively. But what associations do you think they have for English speakers in general? What might someone mean if they said the following?
They're all sharks in that garage.
I think that new office block is a scar on the landscape.
Emma's a real diamond.
The idea of sharks as sharp-toothed creatures with an aggressive reputation should help you to understand that the speaker does not like the garage. The fact that a scar is a mark of a wound on something that was once unspoilt should help you to appreciate that the speaker does not like the new office block. The beauty and high value of a diamond as a precious stone should help you to see that the speaker has a high opinion of Emma.
A. Formal and informal words. Some words are formal or informal, and others are quite neutral.
Is your partner not with you today? Is your other half not with you today?
Rick's a really nice bloke. Rick's a really nice guy.
She is able to converse with everyone, which is a great gift.
Sometimes it is possible to arrange words into sets of neutral, formal, and informal words.
Neutral. TV or television. Informal. The box or the telly. Neutral. Glasses. Formal. Spectacles. Informal. Specs. Neutral. Clothes. Formal. Clothing or garments. Informal. Gear. Neutral. Use. Formal. Employ or utilize. Neutral. Try. Formal. Endeavour or attempt. Informal. Have a go. Have a stab. Have a bash. Have a crack. Have a shot at.
B. Speech and writing.
Some words are more associated with either spoken or written language. It is worth noting if a word has a particularly strong association with speech or writing. Subsequently. Writing. Linking adverb. In speech, more likely to be later or afterwards. For example, the police found some important clues. Subsequently, 3 people were arrested.
In some. Writing. Linking expression. Means to sum up. For example, in some, we may say that most, but not all, English adverbs end in "ly."
What's his name? What's her name? Speech. Vague word. Used when we cannot remember the name of a person. For example, I met what's her name at the party. You know, the woman who works at the university.
Thingy. Speech. Vague word. Used as a noun of people and things whose name one cannot remember. For example, give me that thingy there. Yes, that bottle opener.
Mind you. Speech. Discourse marker. Used to bring attention to an important point. For example, he's a good actor. Mind you, he should be. He went to the best drama college.
Now then. Speech. Discourse marker. Used to get people's attention when you want to ask or tell them something. For example, now then, is everybody's luggage here?
C. Outdated words.
Some words and expressions may be correct, but may sound archaic, outdated, or old-fashioned. For example, asylum, frock, wireless, consumption, eyeglasses.
Very few words and expressions are used exclusively in either British or American English, and you are likely to hear and read words from both varieties.
A. Streets and roads.
Street has a wider range of meaning in American English.
Let's cross the street here. There's more traffic further down.
However, a British speaker would normally say cross the road, especially in a busy city. Here are some more examples of American English words and expressions not used in British English. The British English expressions are given in square brackets.
Go 2 blocks down and the car rental office is kitty corner to the gas station.
You should always use the crosswalk to cross the street.
There's a trail that leads down to the creek.
Take a left here and you'll come to the interstate after about 3 miles.
After the intersection, look for a sign saying International Airport.
I hit a shopping cart in the parking lot when I was backing up.
Look for the overpass and then take the next exit for downtown Chicago.
B. Educational terminology.
My older brother never went to college.
My older brother never went to university.
What courses are you taking next semester?
What modules are you taking next semester? What modules are you taking next term?
Are you a freshman?
No, I'm a sophomore.
Are you a fresher? Are you a first-year student?
No, I'm a second year.
Most of my friends are juniors.
Most of my friends are third years. Most of my friends are third-year students.
She's majoring in French.
She's doing honours in French. She's doing a French honours degree.
My professors are all very friendly.
My lecturers are all very friendly.
I want to be an elementary school teacher.
I want to be a primary school teacher.
My years in high school were not very happy.
My years in secondary school were not very happy.
C. Around the home.
This cable is the ground.
This cable is the earth.
We need a dumpster to put all this old stuff in.
We need a skip to put all this old stuff in.
The faucet in the kitchen never stops dripping.
The tap in the kitchen never stops dripping.
I have to cook for 5 people, so we need a big stove.
I have to cook for 5 people, so we need a big cooker.
I fried the fish in a skillet.
I fried the fish in a frying pan.
A. Gender awareness and vocabulary.
In professional contexts and elsewhere, we often take care to use gender-neutral language in English. David Crystal, in the Cambridge Encyclopedia of the English Language, writes,
Attention has been focused on the replacement of male words with a generic meaning by neutral items. Chairman, for example, becoming chair or chairperson, though not without controversy. Or salesman becoming sales assistant. In certain cases, such as job descriptions, the use of sexually neutral language has become a legal requirement. There is continuing debate between extremists and moderates as to how far such revision should go, whether they should affect traditional idioms such as man in the street and Neanderthal man, or apply to parts of words where the male meaning of man is no longer dominant, such as manhandle and woman. The vocabulary of marital status has also been affected, notably in the introduction of ms as a neutral alternative to miss or Mrs.
Here are some examples of gender-neutral variations of vocabulary. Spokesman, spokesperson, fireman, firefighter, policeman, police officer, air hostess, flight attendant, cleaning lady, cleaner, foreman, supervisor, man-made, artificial, mankind, the human race, or human beings. To man, a machine or place of work. To staff.
B. Words referring to men and women.
Male, female. Used for gender classification in biology. For example, male and female bees.
Masculine, feminine. Having qualities traditionally felt to be typically male or female. For example, masculine pride, feminine charm.
Guy, bloke. Informal words for a man. For example, Jack's a really nice guy.
Guys, an informal word for men and women, especially in the phrase you guys, as a way of addressing people directly. For example, do any of you guys fancy going out for a pizza tonight?
Girlfriend. Used by women to refer to a female friend. For example, I'm meeting up with a few girlfriends this evening.
Girly. Used to describe things that girls and young women often enjoy without men, especially involving clothes, makeup, etc. For example, they're having a girly evening at home.
Lad. Informal word for a boy or young man. For example, he's having a night out with some of the lads tonight.
Laddish. Used to describe unpleasant behaviour thought to be typical of young men in a group, especially drinking alcohol. For example, I can't stand that kind of laddish behaviour.
Macho. Used to describe a man who likes to appear strong and doesn't show his feelings. For example, he refuses to cry. It would spoil his macho image.
A. Features of headline language.
If a story hits the headlines, it suddenly receives a lot of attention in the news. Here are two typical examples of headlines from tabloid newspapers with comments on their use of language.
Expert reveals new cloud dangers.
Articles, prepositions, and auxiliary verbs are often omitted from headlines. This use of the present simple instead of the past tense makes the story sound more immediate. The use of language is often ambiguous. It is not entirely clear, for example, what cloud refers to here. It is actually about the dangers of storing electronic information on a cloud, but it could have referred to dangers relating to the weather. Readers have to look at the story in order to find out. Words with dramatic associations, such as danger, are often used.
TV star tragic target for crazed gunman.
This story is about how a well-known television actor was shot by a mentally unstable killer. In order to attract readers' attention, tabloid newspapers often feature celebrities, for example, film or pop stars, and sports personalities. Alliteration, such as TV star tragic target, is often used to attract the eye in headlines and to make them sound more memorable. Newspapers tend to use strong, simple words such as gunman in order to express an idea or image as briefly and as vividly as possible. Strongly emotional words like crazed are often used to attract attention.
B. Violent words.
Violent and militaristic words are often used in headlines, especially in tabloid newspapers, in order to make stories seem more dramatic. For example, people who cause trouble may be referred to as thugs, yobs, or louts.
EU acts to crush terror of thugs.
Crack down on soccer louts.
Palace besieged by journalists.
Typhoon rips through town.
C. Playing with words.
Many newspaper headlines attract readers' attention by playing on words in an entertaining way. For example, a story about a very heavy rainstorm, which caused a landslide on a narrow mountain road, was headlined Reign of Terror. This headline was a play on words based on the expression Reign of Terror, an expression used about a period in which a country's ruler controls people in a particularly cruel way. Another example is the use of the headline Moon becomes shooting star to describe a football match where a player called John Moon shot the winning goal. Shooting star is an informal expression for a meteor. Here, it is used to play on the expression shoot a goal, and also to link to the player's name, Moon. The headline is particularly effective because of the association between star and moon in the sky.
A. Characteristics of bureaucratic language.
A student shall not be eligible for a loan in relation to an academic year if he or she A. has attained the age of 50 years before the first day of the course, B. has received another loan in relation to the same academic year, C. has received another loan in relation to another academic year which began during the same period, 1st of August to the following 31st of July, during which the academic year began, D. is eligible in respect of that year to receive 1. Any payment under a bursary or award of similar description bestowed on him or her under Section 63 of the Health Services and Public Health Act 1968, Section 2, the amount of which is not calculated by reference to his or her income.
Your request to demolish the garage adjoining your property is hereby rejected. Any and all appeals regarding this decision must be submitted to the undersigned by January 31st, 2018. No exceptions to the aforementioned procedure will be considered.
Some publications produced by companies or government departments are difficult to understand because they use language that is very different from everyday English. They frequently use words that are longer and grander than their ordinary equivalents. They often use a passive form instead of an active one. For example, normal service will be resumed as soon as possible, instead of we will resume normal service as soon as possible. They use nouns as the subject of the sentence when they are not necessary. For example, achievement of this module is dependent upon candidates meeting the assessment outcomes, instead of to achieve this module, candidates must meet the assessment outcomes. They use a noun instead of you. For example, customers will be informed of, instead of you will be informed of, or even we will tell you about. These words are more frequent in a bureaucratic context.
Work will commence in May.
The company ceased operations last year.
Property belonging to the deceased will be returned to the next of kin.
In the event of an emergency, call 121.
In the event of fire, the building must be evacuated immediately.
Tenants must endeavour to keep communal areas tidy at all times.
The developments will facilitate movement of traffic in the area.
Residents will be instructed what to do in the event of an emergency.
The project will proceed to the next phase in June.
We are currently attempting to rectify the situation.
Normal service will be resumed as soon as possible.
B.
Bureaucratic correspondence. There is some specific vocabulary that characterises bureaucratic letters.
Please acknowledge receipt of payment.
With the compliments of Smith & Co.
Please notify us immediately of any change of address.
I would be grateful for a reply at your earliest convenience.
Contact us if further clarification is required.
I enclose payment in respect of your invoice.
I am writing with regard to your advertisement.
A. Study and exams.
Before an exam, some students cram for it. Even if you're a genius, you'll have to do some revision. If the exam happens every year, you can revise by looking at past papers. Some things can be memorized or learnt off by heart, but rote learning is not sufficient for most subjects. It is also possible to use mnemonics. However, all things considered, the best idea is to bury yourself in your books and to study intensively until you know the subject inside out.
B. Academic writing.
Composition. Could be just 50 to 100 words, often used for schoolwork. Essay. Longer than a composition, more serious, hundreds or thousands of words. Assignment. A long essay, often part of a course, usually thousands of words. Project. Like an assignment, but emphasis on students' own material and topic. Portfolio. A collection of individual pieces of work, may include drawings and other examples of creative work, as well as writing. Dissertation. A long research-based work, perhaps 10 to 15,000 words, for a degree or diploma. Thesis. A very long, original, research-based work, perhaps 80 to 100,000 words, for a higher degree, for example, a PhD. It's a good idea to start with a mind map when preparing an essay. Always write a first draft before writing up the final version. Your essay should be all your own work. Plagiarism is a very serious offence in colleges and universities. It is an increasing problem because it is so easy to cut and paste from materials available on the internet, and students have to sign a plagiarism form to say that the work they are handing in is all their own, and that they acknowledge any sources they have used. There is usually a deadline. After the essay is submitted, it will be assessed, and usually you can get feedback.
C. Aspects of higher academic study.
University academics carry out research and are expected to read academic journals, which publish papers or articles on specialised subjects. If a library does not have a copy of a book or journal, you may be able to access it online, or you can usually get it through an interlibrary loan. Open educational resources are particularly convenient for many students. Academic study can be very demanding, and some students drop out, but the majority survive till finals and become well-qualified members of their future professions.
A. Opportunity and equality.
All education systems may ultimately be judged in terms of equality of opportunity. This is often referred to in the debates over selective versus comprehensive schooling. The main issue is whether everyone has the same opportunities for educational achievement, or whether elitism of one sort or another is inherent in the system. League tables for schools and colleges may actually help unintentionally to perpetuate inequalities while claiming to promote the raising of standards. Inevitably, league tables divide educational institutions into good and bad, success and failure, resulting in a two-tier system, or at least that is how the public perceives it. The ability of better-off parents and well-endowed schools to push children towards the institutions at the top of the league may, in the long term, have the effect of depressing opportunity for the less well-off or for children from home environments that do not provide the push and motivation to excel. Financial support of different kinds can help to make educational opportunity more equal. There are, for example, scholarships or bursaries that make it possible for less privileged youngsters to afford tertiary education. Student loans allow undergraduates to pay for their tuition fees and living expenses while they are studying. But few would claim that real equality of opportunity has been achieved.
B. Other debates and issues.
Some people think we should return to an emphasis on the 3 R's, the traditional basic skills.
Literacy and numeracy are skills no one can afford to be without.
Curriculum reform is often done for political reasons rather than for good educational ones.
Nowadays, lifelong or continuing education is an issue, and creating opportunities for mature students is important.
Special needs education is expensive because class sizes need to be small or one-to-one.
Children are unhappy at school if there is a lot of bullying.
Some head teachers complain that getting to grips with constant new government guidelines on what schools should be doing is a distraction from what they ought to be focusing on.
A. A job ad.
FDR Bank Careers. Customer Service Assistant. Do you have excellent communication skills and a genuine passion for customer service? Are you looking for a challenging role within a fast-paced working environment? FDR Bank has several new openings for customer service assistants. Reporting to the customer service manager, you will be responsible for dealing with customer inquiries on the phone and via email. No previous experience is necessary, as full training will be given. The post offers excellent career prospects to candidates who demonstrate leadership qualities, as we are keen to promote and develop talent within the company. We offer a competitive salary and an attractive benefits package, including pension, healthcare plan, and subsidised meals. If this sounds like the job for you, then click here to fill in the online application form, including details of your salary expectations.
B. A cover letter. You want your application to stand out, so you should include a clear, well-written cover letter which highlights key points from your CV. Here is a letter sent with the application for the job in A above.
Dear Sir or Madam, please find attached my CV in support of my application for the position of Customer Service Assistant. I have just completed my degree in Business Studies and am keen to gain hands-on experience in this area. During my course, I chose to study several modules on banking and finance, as I have always been interested in working in this field. In addition, I have worked as a part-time sales assistant in a large department store for the last 2 years. This has given me valuable customer-facing experience, as well as developing good communication skills, both with customers and the rest of the team. I am a team player, and I am keen to develop my career and gain managerial experience in the future. Thank you for taking the time to consider this application, and I look forward to hearing from you. Yours faithfully, Rebecca White.
Be sure to specify the job you are applying for at the beginning of the letter. Mention any studies or training courses you have done which are relevant to the role. It is important to mention any relevant experience you have to show your suitability for the role. If you can, provide examples of specific projects you have carried out. If you have previous managerial experience, you can say, "In my previous role as sales manager, I led a team of 4 people."
A. Preparing for interviews.
When companies are recruiting, they often have a set of criteria. For example, 3 years of experience in the field, or a degree in a relevant area, which they use to find the most suitable candidates. If you are shortlisted for an interview, make sure you do your homework first. Find out as much as you can about the company, its products, markets, competitors, etc. If you can, ask a friend to do a trial run with you. This will help boost your confidence. The interview may be conducted by a panel, a group of people, probably including your future line manager. Don't forget to make eye contact with all the interviewers while you are talking. As you arrive for the interview, body language is important. Give a firm handshake and speak up. This will help to create a good first impression.
B. During an interview.
These are examples of things that might be said at a job interview.
So, can you talk us through your CV?
Well, I studied engineering and then took a job as a trainee at F3 Telecom.
I'd like to ask about opportunities for professional development.
We have a very good in-house training program for new recruits.
Can you give us an example of how you've worked well under pressure?
How would your colleagues describe you? How would your supervisor describe you?
I'm keen to take on more responsibility.
We're looking to fill the post fairly quickly. If you are successful, how soon could you start?
The notice period on my present job is just 2 weeks, so I could start very soon.
C. A job offer.
Dear Mr. Moulton, thank you for attending the interview last week. We very much enjoyed meeting you. We are delighted to offer you the position of trainee programmer. We believe your qualifications and experience will be an ideal fit for the job. Please review the attached document outlining your salary, benefits, including paid leave, and reporting structure, and sign where indicated. Return the document within 5 business days. Once we have received the paperwork, we will contact you to arrange your start date. We look forward to welcoming you as part of our team. Kind regards, Melanie Stevens.
A. Colleagues.
Philip is my opposite number in the company's New York office. We have a good working relationship, and there's a lot of day-to-day collaboration. Having a counterpart like Philip in another branch is a great support. Last month, we got a new boss, who quickly established a good rapport with everyone. She likes us to take the initiative. The company is very hierarchical. There's a pecking order for everything. I do a job share with a woman called Rose, which suits us as we each have childcare responsibilities. My office uses a hot desking system, so I sit in a different place every day. I socialise with my workmates outside of work, but we try not to talk shop on those occasions.
B. During the day. Different work patterns.
I do fairly mundane tasks. Occasionally I have to meet a deadline or they need someone to volunteer for something. Then the job is more rewarding and stimulating. Sometimes I have a very heavy workload, but at other times it can be quite light.
I start work at my machine at 7 o'clock when I'm on the day shift. The job's mechanical and repetitive. All I ever think about is knocking off at 3 o'clock. The shift I hate most is the night shift. I start at 10 and work till 6 in the morning. It's a bit monotonous. It's not a satisfying job. I feel I need something a bit more challenging.
I have a pretty glamorous job. I'm a pilot. But the hours are irregular and antisocial. I'm not stuck behind a desk, but long-haul flights can be a bit mind-numbing. Most of the time the plane just flies itself. We work to very tight schedules. But I shouldn't complain. I feel sorry for people who are stuck in a rut or who are in dead-end jobs.
I started off as a technician. After retraining, I worked for a software company, and later I went in with a friend and we formed our own software company as a startup in 2009, so now I'm self-employed. My husband is freelance. He works for several different companies as and when they need work done. He's a computer programmer.
A. Aspects of job satisfaction.
What does job satisfaction mean? Is it just having a pleasant workplace? Or is it more than that? Can a run-of-the-mill job be satisfying?
Some people are prepared to put up with a stressful or unpleasant job if it means short-term financial reward.
Staff morale has been very low since the company announced a freeze on pay rises.
Our new manager is very keen to encourage teamwork to help us solve problems.
Is job stability more motivating than an exciting, high-risk career?
After working in the fast-moving fashion industry for 6 years, Sam has decided to look for a career with a better work-life balance.
Daniel's job in a dynamic new company is often challenging, but exciting.
Chloe is demotivated in her current job following the recent changes in the finance sector. She is looking to work in something more creative, like marketing. She is seeking a career in something more creative, like marketing.
B. Expressions connected with working life.
In many countries, women are allowed maternity leave and men paternity leave if they're having a baby. If they adopt a child, they may have a right to adoption leave.
What perks do you get in your job? Informal. What extra benefits do you get in your job? Formal.
What's your holiday entitlement? I get 4 weeks a year.
Do you get regular salary increments each year? Do you get performance-related pay rises? Do you get an annual bonus?
Most people think they are overworked and underpaid.
Because of the recession, the company announced that there would have to be voluntary redundancies. Because of the recession, the company announced that there would have to be compulsory redundancies.
During the strike, the airport managed to continue running with a skeleton staff of volunteers.
The people on the interview panel at the last job I applied for were so unfriendly that I got very nervous.
A. A career in sales.
When Carl left school, he took the first job he was offered, in telesales. He thought telemarketing sounded quite glamorous, but soon found that most of the people he phoned hated cold calling and put the phone down when he tried the hard sell. However, he persevered and found he became quite skilled at persuading customers to part with their money. He then moved into a job on a TV shopping channel where he specialised in selling merchandise for the leisure market. He did so well at this that he set up his own sportswear company and hasn't looked back since.
B. Buying and selling.
A person's purchasing power is the ability they have to buy goods. That is, the amount of money they have available.
If you shop around, you try different companies or shops to see which offers best value.
If you want to buy something, you need to find a shop that stocks it.
If you trade something up, usually a car or a house, you buy one that is of higher value than the one you had before.
People sometimes make a purchasing decision based on brand loyalty.
Supermarkets sometimes sell an item for less than it costs them, in order to attract a lot of people into the shop where they will also buy more profitable items. The item being sold at a low price is called a loss leader.
For a company to sell its products, it has to price them appropriately.
If a company finds a niche market, it finds a specialized group of customers with particular interests that company can meet.
If an item is said to come or go under the hammer, it is sold at an auction.
C. A career in business. A few years ago, Tina started her own software development business, which turned out to be very lucrative. However, she got increasingly irritated by all the red tape involved in the administration of a business, and when a larger company contacted her with a proposition suggesting a takeover, she was interested. At first, the two companies could not agree on all the details of the agreement, but they managed to reach a compromise and hammer out a deal without too much delay. In many ways, Tina was sad that her company had been swallowed up, but she has used the money raised by the sale of her capital assets to invest in a business startup, an online holiday property letting agency. A. Character and personality.
Chinese astrology organizes years into cycles of 12 and asserts that the year you are born in affects your character. Each year is named after an animal. Rat, 1972, 1984, 1996, 2008. Imaginative, charming, generous, quick-tempered, opportunistic. Buffalo, 1973, 1985, 1997, 2009. Conservative, methodical, conscientious, chauvinistic, a born leader. Tiger, 1974, 1986, 1998, 2010. Sensitive, emotional, tends to get carried away, stubborn, rebellious, courageous. Rabbit, 1975, 1987, 1999, 2011. Affectionate, obliging, sentimental, superficial, often insecure. Dragon, 1976, 1988, 2000, 2012. Fun-loving, popular, a perfectionist, gifted, may sometimes be tactless. Snake, 1977, 1989, 2001, 2013. Charming, intuitive, stingy. Horse, 1978, 1990, 2002, 2014. Diligent, independent, placid, outgoing, can be selfish and cunning. Goat, 1979, 1991, 2003, 2015. Elegant, artistic, always ready to complain, over-anxious. Monkey, 1980, 1992, 2004, 2016. Witty, magnetic personality, good company, can be distrustful. Rooster, 1981, 1993, 2005, 2017. Industrious, shrewd, supportive, decisive, extravagant. Dog. 1982, 1994, 2006, 2018. Down to earth, altruistic, morose, sharp-tongued. Pig. 1983, 1995, 2007, 2019. Intellectual, tolerant, naive, often materialistic.
B. Positive and negative associations.
Charming, generous. Is that how you think of yourself? Selfish, cunning. That can't be me.
Some words in the chart above have positive associations, others negative ones. Here are some words from the chart together with other words that share some aspects of their meaning. The table shows which have positive and which have negative associations.
Positive. Generous, unstinting. Negative. Extravagant, immoderate.
Positive, resolute, dogged. Negative, stubborn, obstinate.
Positive, thrifty, frugal. Negative, stingy, parsimonious.
Positive, diligent, industrious. Negative, work-obsessed, a workaholic.
Positive. Idealistic, principled. Negative. Dogmatic, inflexible.
Positive, shrewd, astute. Negative, cunning, sly.
Positive, sober, serious. Negative, morose, sullen.
Positive, witty, pithy. Negative, brusque, terse.
Positive. Tolerant, open-minded. Negative. Unprincipled, unscrupulous.
Positive, chatty, talkative. Negative, verbose, garrulous. A. Adjectives connected with size, weight, and general appearance.
She introduced me to a tall, slender woman who looked very serious.
He was too scrawny to be a football player.
A lanky teenager walked in.
A gangling youth approached him. A gangly youth approached him.
Recent studies show that an increasing number of children are obese.
She's the rather stout woman wearing glasses over there.
My grandfather was a stocky man with big hands and broad shoulders.
B. Aspects of appearance and complexion.
Hi, Jessica. Guess who I bumped into the other day? Our old college mate, Rob Parsons. First thing I noticed was he's really bulked up. He used to be so lean and wiry, didn't he? But also that he still looks so unkempt. His sister was always the opposite. Never a hair out of place and immaculate clothes, remember? But they were different in appearance too, weren't they? He has a rather swarthy complexion. His sister's was more sallow. I must say, he looked a bit haggard and exhausted too. He's probably working too hard. Anyway, how are things with you? Beth.
C. Facial expression.
What are you grinning at?
You've got ice cream on your nose. It looks so funny.
Look at those models pouting for the photographers.
She said if her daughter doesn't get what she wants, she pouts for the rest of the day.
You don't have to grimace every time I eat raw garlic. I happen to think it's delicious.
I arrived late and she just scowled at me.
He was leering at us. I felt very uncomfortable and wanted to leave.
D. Mannerisms and actions.
I asked him for advice, but he just shrugged his shoulders.
He folded his arms and crossed his legs and waited for me to speak.
He sat there twitching nervously as he waited for his interview.
She bites her nails all the time. It drives me crazy.
She clenched her fist and told him to get out of the room at once.
He just kept tapping his fingers on the table, looking impatient. He just kept drumming his fingers on the table, looking impatient.
A. Adjectives to describe people's personality or behaviour.
Impetuous. Acts on a sudden idea without thinking first, often negative. For example, she's so impetuous. I wish she would consider things before acting. Impulsive. Similar to impetuous, but can be used in a more positive way. For example, his impulsive generosity led him to give money to anyone who asked for help. Effusive. Gives exaggerated expression of pleasure, praise, or gratitude. For example, she always gives me such an effusive welcome when I visit her. Excitable. Easily excited by things. For example, he's a very excitable child. He needs to calm down. Pushy. Always selfishly promoting your own position or interests. Informal. For example, she's so pushy. It's typical of her to demand a pay rise for herself and not care about the rest of us. Self-conscious. Nervous or uncomfortable because you know what people think about you or your actions. For example, Freddie seemed self-conscious and uncomfortable when he had to make the announcement at the party. Well-balanced. Calm and reasonable and showing good judgment. For example, the teacher said Maddie was a well-balanced child who got on well at school. Taciturn. Reserved or says very little, generally negative. For example, he was a bit taciturn when I first met him. He hardly said a word.
B. Sociability.
Chloe's such an introvert. Her brother Mark is so outgoing and is such an extrovert. Strange, isn't it?
Mr. Rogers is such a diffident man. He seems to have quite low self-esteem.
English people are traditionally thought of as rather reserved.
Eva tends to be rather aloof. I don't know if she's just shy.
My Aunt Annie can be very haughty and disdainful at times, but she's lovely, really.
I've always found Professor MacToft very unapproachable, but his colleague Dr. O'Daly is very approachable.
Natasha is very conceited and self-important, but Rachel is such a modest person.
Joe is always so polite and respectful. I wish he would be more informal and just treat me as his equal.
C. Character traits.
Ian is a somewhat naive person. He thinks love can solve all the world's problems.
Telephone salespeople often take advantage of gullible people.
My father was a very conscientious man. He never took time off work unless he was really sick.
She's a restless individual. I don't think she'll ever settle down in a job.
You are so obstinate and pig-headed. Why don't you listen when people give you advice?
A. Love and romance.
When Tom met Lily, it was love at first sight.
She fell head over heels in love with him.
Nick only has eyes for Sophie. He's not interested in other girls.
Lauren was more than infatuated with Dave. She was completely besotted with him.
I've often seen Matt and Ellie at the cinema together, but it's purely a platonic relationship.
B. Friendships and other positive relationships.
An owner and I hit it off immediately. We're true soulmates.
The moment I met Rob, I could see he was a man after my own heart.
Charlie and I get on like a house on fire.
Rob and Jamie have been bosom friends for years. Rob and Jamie have been bosom buddies for years. Rob and Jamie have been bosom pals for years.
Marta and Carmen are inseparable.
There's a close bond between Rushta and her aunt.
C. General social relationships, collocations. The replies in these conversations are another way of saying what the first speaker says.
You seem to be very similar to Ben, the way you think and look at life.
Yes, we've always been kindred spirits.
What a nice wedding. Nathan and Amelia seem to be perfect for each other.
Yes, such a well-matched couple.
Our Spanish friends are always phoning their brothers and sisters.
Yes, well, I think family ties in Spain are much stronger than here.
I've never met Rosie, but I know several people she knows.
Yes, she said you have a number of mutual acquaintances. Gareth has a lot of respect for Claire.
Yes, he holds her in high regard.
Sarah and Anna are very close these days. I'm sure they share all their secrets.
Yes, they're as thick as thieves.
D. Nouns and adjectives.
Adoring. Adoration. For example, the parents gazed at their newborn baby with a look of tender adoration. Affectionate. Affection. For example, he never shows much affection for his children. Amiable. Amiability. For example, she always treats us with great amiability. Considerate. Consideration. For example, have some consideration for the other students, she said angrily. Faithful. Faithfulness. For example, faithfulness is the key to a good marriage. Fond. Fondness. For example, over the years she developed a fondness for Mario that went beyond a purely business relationship. Loyal. Loyalty. For example, he was a great team captain who inspired loyalty in the players.
A. Friendship. Friends are people who are much more than mere casual acquaintances. True friends are always there when you need them, as you are for them. We expect loyalty from our friends, despite our faults, and should give it in return, never speaking ill of them behind their backs. As well as having friends and casual acquaintances, we have relationships with colleagues, allies, and partners. Here are some qualities of friendship and their opposites. Quality. Loyal. Loyalty. Opposite. Disloyal. Disloyalty. Quality. Supportive. Opposite. Unsupportive. Critical. Quality. Honest. Truthful. Opposite. Dishonest. Untruthful. Quality. Respectful. Respect. Opposite. Disrespectful. Disrespect. B. Good and bad relationships. I used to think of Kate as a friend, but I now realise she has been two-faced towards me.
Russia and America were allies in the war.
We were business partners, but now we're bitter rivals. We were business partners, but now we're arch rivals. Indeed, I could say we are now sworn enemies. Fergus has been disloyal to me on a number of occasions.
Okay, I was dishonest with you. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to hurt you.
Sam has been very distant towards me recently.
Jamie has always been scrupulously honest in his dealings with us.
I would expect complete and unswerving loyalty from a true friend.
Monica has always been my staunchest ally at work. I can always rely on her to support me.
I was amazed that someone who called herself my friend could be so deeply critical of me. C. Breakdowns. Expressions and collocations.
Unfortunately, relationships sometimes break down because of genuine misunderstandings.
A rift can develop between two people or groups.
There's been a lot of discord in the office lately.
My father and I don't see eye to eye on most things.
Jack and his sister have been on bad terms for a long time.
His love affair with Anna has turned sour. I think they'll split up.
Our marriage has had its ups and downs, but basically, we're okay.
A bumpy relationship.
A broken home.
A family feud. A. Strong desires.
Pregnant women crave, or have a craving for, strange things like tuna and banana pizza.
Young children often seem to thirst, or have a thirst for, knowledge.
Sometimes my cousin just yearns to be on her own, with no family responsibilities.
An Olympic gold medal is probably the most coveted sporting prize.
B. Reacting to other people's emotions.
Lottie tried to diffuse the tension by changing the subject.
Tim was very angry with his daughter, and it took her a long time to placate him.
An independent advisor has been brought in to conciliate between the unions and the employer.
Although appeasing the enemy postponed the war for another year, it did not ultimately prevent it from happening.
C. Being extremely happy.
Exultant. Feeling great pleasure and happiness, usually because of a success. More formal than ecstatic. Sarah was in an exultant mood after her great exam results. Sarah was ecstatic after her great exam results. To rejoice. Be extremely happy. Formal. Everyone rejoiced at the news of her recovery. Jubilant. Expressing great happiness, especially at a victory. Formal. There were jubilant shouts as the results of the referendum were announced. Bliss. Perfect happiness. Often collocates with utter and sheer. Adjective, blissful. The adverb blissfully often collocates with happy, ignorant, and unaware. We had a fabulous holiday on a beautiful island. 7 days of utter bliss. We had a fabulous holiday on a beautiful island. 7 days of sheer bliss. They are blissfully happy, even though they're poor.
There are a number of informal expressions which mean to be very happy. You look full of the joys of spring today. Why are you smiling all the time?
My daughter's just had a baby girl. We're thrilled to bits at the news.
I feel on top of the world. It's great to have a job again.
I've been floating on air ever since I heard I got into drama school. I've been walking on air ever since I heard I got into drama school. How did you feel when you scored the winning goal?
I was over the moon.
A. Antipathies and aversions.
Antipathy is a feeling of strong, often active dislike or opposition towards something or someone. For example, antipathy towards the government increased during the economic crisis. Aversion is a feeling of intense dislike or an unwillingness to do something. It can also refer to the person or thing which causes that feeling. It is often used in the phrase have or feel an aversion to. For example, I felt an instant aversion to the new manager. Arrogance has always been my pet aversion. Averse to means opposed to, usually used with not. For example, I'm not averse to a good night out.
B. Negative feelings.
Loathing, loathsome, loathe. Intense hatred. For example, I just loathe people who tell lies. Abhorrence, abhorrent, abhor. Intense disgust. For example, we all find her behaviour abhorrent. Scorn, scornful, scorn. Lack of respect for something. For example, there was a scornful note in his voice. Irritation, irritating, irritated, irritate. A feeling of being annoyed. For example, her comments gave me an intense feeling of irritation. Distress, distressing, distressed, distress. A feeling of being extremely upset or worried. For example, being told that my best friend was seriously ill was very distressing. Alarm, alarming, alarmed, alarm. A feeling of being very worried or frightened. For example, the advance of the enemy troops across the river was an alarming development.
C. Adjectives with negative connotations. She was very offhand with everyone.
The director's personal assistant can be very officious.
He makes very ostentatious displays of his wealth with big, flashy cars, designer clothes, and so on.
She's become very pompous since she was elected to Parliament.
She boasts about reading philosophy books. She's so pretentious.
What puerile behaviour! Grow up!
Because I rushed it, my essay was a bit sloppy.
Joe can be very fickle.
Oh, stop being so nitpicking.
The customs officer was such an obnoxious man.
D. Being extremely unhappy.
I felt utterly dejected when I didn't get the job.
She looked forlorn, gazing into the distance.
I was devastated when I heard of the death of a good friend of mine.
The missing child's parents were distraught. The neighbours tried to calm them.
You're looking a bit down today. Anything wrong?
He always looks so miserable and never seems to smile.
A. At the beginning.
Pregnancy is the 9-month period when a woman is expecting a baby. It begins with conception when the mother's egg is fertilized and an embryo implants in the mother's womb or uterus. Most mothers conceive naturally, but some are helped by fertility drugs or other procedures such as IVF. As the fetus grows, it is fed through the mother's placenta. After 40 weeks, the mother usually goes into labour. If this doesn't happen naturally, she may be induced. Usually a mother is helped to give birth by a midwife. Sometimes a surgeon is needed to deliver the baby by caesarean section.
B. At the end.
More and more people these days are living to a ripe old age. My aunt, for example, that's my late father's sister, is 93. She's been a pensioner for more years than she worked. She lives in sheltered accommodation, but she's not at all doddery or gaga. She's lucky still to have all her wits about her, because a lot of elderly people develop dementia. Funerals are changing a lot too. I went to one recently where there was a coffin in the colours of the dead man's football team. And at the wake, his sister told me she'd put it in her will that her own ashes are to be sent up in a rocket. Funerals now are often more about celebrating a person's life rather than just about mourning. As for me, I think I'd prefer an ordinary cremation. But then I'd quite like to have my ashes scattered at sea, as I love sailing.
C. Death in different registers.
Expressions of sympathy. Please accept my condolences. Formal. I was so sorry to hear of your loss. I was so sorry to learn of your loss. Informal. Euphemisms for to die. To pass away, to pass on, to pass over. Very informal expressions for being close to death. To be at death's door, to be on your last legs. Newspaper words. Fatalities. Perished. Slaughtered. Legal words. The deceased. To bequeath. To inherit. To die intestate.
A. Adjectives describing free time activities. Rewarding. Gives you a lot of positive experiences. For example, doing voluntary work, helping charities. Fruitful. Produces good results. For example, collaborating or cooperating with someone in an activity. Lucrative. Makes a lot of money. For example, selling designer jewellery, writing apps for smartphones. Therapeutic. Makes you healthy in body and or mind. For example, gardening, yoga, jogging. Relaxing or calming. Reduces stress, gives a peaceful feeling. For example, reading, listening to music, meditation. Time-consuming. Takes a long time to do. For example, being president of a club, being a member of a committee. I enjoyed being secretary of the sports club, but it was very time-consuming. I had to give up 2 evenings a week to do it.
The conservation work I do is very rewarding. I feel I'm doing something good and useful.
Photography has been a lucrative pursuit for her. She often sells her pictures to magazines.
Painting is such a therapeutic activity. It makes me feel good and teaches me patience.
B. Informal expressions. How people spend their leisure.
Rob's a real culture vulture. He goes to the theatre regularly and to every art gallery he can find.
I'm a bit of a couch potato. I spend hours every day just watching TV.
Lucy loves playing tennis, but only as an amateur. She'd never want to be a professional.
Fatima's a bit of a dabbler. She takes up a hobby for a couple of weeks, then she gets bored and starts something different.
Matt does a lot of chores at the weekend. Things like shopping and mowing the lawn.
Laura's a shopaholic. She buys all sorts of things she doesn't need.
Joe is heavily into downhill skiing these days.
I went off football and I took up golf instead.
She locks herself away for hours in her room and listens to music.
He's totally hooked on motor racing these days.
What do you get up to at weekends, Mariana?
Do you have a hectic social life? I have a pretty full diary.
Mark is a keen participant in all the community activities in his town.
A. Dressing for work.
Many students, both male and female, would agree that they often look scruffy in their t-shirts and jeans. However, those who go into the world of business have to make a rapid transition and learn about dress codes in the workplace. Business attire needs to project a professional image, and clothing that reveals too much cleavage for women, or your back, your chest, or your midriff is not appropriate, even in a casual business setting. For women, see-through fabrics should be avoided, and skirts should not be too tight or too short, though nobody wants to look frumpy. For men, trousers should not be too tight or shirts too open. Women often need a good choice of outfits, and men find a good range of suits, ties, and casual trousers and jackets invaluable. Accessories, for example, jewellery, shoes and cufflinks, can also enhance the professional look. Some offices have dress-down days, often Fridays, when staff can wear more casual clothes. In other jobs, of course, people are required to wear uniforms or protective clothing, such as overalls and safety helmets.
B. Words and expressions about clothes.
Clothes can be described as revealing, skimpy, baggy, clingy, or chic. Sometimes an invitation to a more formal party will ask people to dress in smart casual clothes. To be dolled up, or dressed up, or done up to the nines means to be dressed in a very fashionable or very formal way. Some people choose to buy designer, label clothes, but most people prefer to buy clothes more cheaply on the high street. People who can afford to sometimes have clothes made to measure, but more often people buy their clothes off the peg or rack.
C. Being in fashion.
These jackets are all the rage.
The woman was dressed in the very latest fashion.
Dresses like this are the height of fashion.
The magazine has up-to-the-minute fashion articles.
The film has set a new trend for the silk top the star wore.
A trendsetter is a person whose style is followed by others.
High heels are on trend this year.
Large handbags are this year's must-have item.
If a fashion catches on, it becomes popular. If a trend catches on, it becomes popular.
A slave to fashion is someone who is strongly influenced by fashion.
Your new outfit really suits you.
D. Clothes in metaphors.
To speak off the cuff. To be hand in glove with someone. To do something on a shoestring. No frills. To put someone in a straitjacket. To draw a veil over something. To have something up your sleeve.
A. Home styles.
A squat is an empty building where people start living without the owner's permission. A hovel is a very small, dirty house or flat in a bad or run-down condition. Rented accommodation can be either furnished or unfurnished. A penthouse is a luxury flat at the top of a building. Council or social housing is rented accommodation provided by the state for people who have low incomes. A council estate is a large group of such housing. High-rise flats or tower blocks are flats in a tall, modern building with a lot of floors. A granny flat is a set of rooms for an elderly person connected to a relative's house.
B. Idioms and expressions relating to house and home.
Get on like a house on fire. Get on very well with someone. For example, happily, My mother-in-law and I have always got on like a house on fire. A household word or name, something or someone everyone knows. For example, Nike has become a household name. On the house, free of charge. For example, the restaurant owner offered us coffees on the house. Home truths. Information that is true but not pleasant or welcome. For example, it's time he was told some home truths about the way he's been behaving. Nothing to write home about. Nothing special. For example, the town is okay, but nothing to write home about. Hit home. Become fully understood or fully felt. For example, the difficulty of managing without a regular salary is hitting home now. Make yourself at home. Make yourself feel comfortable in someone else's home. For example, please just make yourself at home while I get dinner ready.
C. Idioms and metaphors relating to life.
Life in the fast lane. A way of life that is full of activity and excitement. For example, as a rock star, Joe lived life in the fast lane. Have the time of your life. Have a wonderful time. For example, Paula's having the time of her life in Canada. Get a new lease of life. Become more energetic and active than before. For example, when Georgie moved jobs, she seemed to get a new lease of life. A dog's life. A very unhappy and difficult life. For example, Ryan had a dog's life in the army. Lead a sheltered life. Have a life that is protected from unpleasantness. Also lead a busy, quiet, normal, etc. life. For example, Kyoko has led a very sheltered life and may find it hard to adapt to the big city. Not. Be a matter of life and death. Not. Be very serious. If we miss the last train, it's not a matter of life and death. Take your life in your hands. Do something very dangerous. For example, you're taking your life in your hands if you cross the road here. Go to the zebra crossing. Breathe new life into. Bring new ideas and energy to something. When Orla joined the staff, she breathed new life into the school.
A. Nouns for social events.
Hi, Rebecca. How's life? Things have been really hectic on the social front here. It seems to be nothing but parties. Frankie and Joe had their housewarming last week, now that they've decorated and got all their furniture in. A lot of our friends seem to be getting married lately. Josh went to his friend Mick's stag party last weekend. They went to Spain for it. And next week, my old schoolmate Angela's having her hen night. It's fancy dress, too. I think I'll go as Cleopatra. The wedding's at the end of the month. I think the wedding party will include a lot of our year from school. That'll be nice. They're having the reception at the Royal Hotel. Very posh. The following week, Josh has got his annual company ball. It's a black tie affair. Meanwhile, I've got the launch party for my new book coming up next month, and I have the usual girls' night out with Amy and Izzy every few weeks. Oh, and there's a leaving do at the office next week. We're going to be exhausted by the end of the year. Hope to hear from you soon. Jess. Kiss.
B. Networking.
Contemporary business. Advice on networking. We interviewed some successful business people about networking. Here are some of their comments.
Exchange business cards. Do lunch with useful people. Don't be afraid to hobnob with the boss. Go for it.
Make sure you rub shoulders with the people who really matter. Every moment counts in networking.
Socializing is meeting people purely for pleasure, but networking is making contacts that are going to be useful to your business or career. So don't just leave it to chance. Plan your networking.
Try to be proactive in the workplace.
C. Expressions for social activity.
I don't like the people Chris hangs out with. I don't like the people Chris knocks around with.
I hope I'm not outstaying my welcome.
Jamie's a real party animal.
I hate it at my new job. Everyone's so cliquey.
It was good at the club last night. Pete Esterhouse was there with his crowd.
Lizzie and Rob are always together. Are they an item?
Joel isn't very happy because Molly stood him up last night.
A. Useful adjectives for describing works and performances.
That TV series is overrated.
The plot was so hackneyed.
The play was disjointed and difficult to follow.
The film Green Aliens from Mars was a bit far-fetched.
The play was a bit risque, and some religious leaders criticised it.
It was a gripping film from start to finish.
It was a harrowing documentary about war and refugee camps.
It's a moving story about a child whose mother dies.
What a truly memorable performance. What a truly unforgettable performance.
The ballerina's performance was understated.
The play was long and tedious.
That new stand-up comedian is hilarious.
B. Success and failure.
The audience clearly loved the play. The applause was deafening, so it's not surprising that it got glowing reviews.
The audience called for several encores after his concert.
She got a standing ovation as Juliet in Romeo and Juliet.
Her latest album has already won 3 awards.
Sam Dell won the award for Best Up-and-Coming Actor.
The critics generally agree that her new symphony is a masterpiece.
She has become typecast as a middle-aged mother in TV drama series.
His latest opera was panned by the critics, which is strange, since all his previous works have been universally lauded. His latest opera was slated by the critics, which is strange, since all his previous works have been universally lauded.
The play bombed in London's West End, although it had been really successful in New York.
The show was booed on the first night.
The new TV soap has turned out to be a total flop.
Novak was definitely miscast as the father in that film. He was very unconvincing.
C. Nouns relating to performing.
Megan did well in the audition and is now busy going to rehearsals for the play.
I liked her interpretation of the song Yesterday.
I prefer the original version by the Beatles. None of the covers are as good in my opinion.
The actor's portrayal of the mother in the film was very tender.
A. Changing tastes.
Throughout the centuries, people have tended to be suspicious of the new art movements of their period. At the end of the 19th century, for example, people were shocked by Impressionism, criticising its practitioners as careless daubers. Later, when faced with Cubist paintings, the public were puzzled by those too. The Surrealists were initially deemed crazy. Op art was criticised because its subject matter was said to consist of nothing of significance. However, nowadays, liking Surrealism or op art is considered perfectly acceptable, and images from these schools of art appear everywhere, from posters to advertising campaigns. Perhaps because of the ubiquity of advertising, people tend to be more visually literate than they used to be, and so are perhaps inured to surprises. Perhaps new movements in art will meet with less hostility in future.
B. Words for commenting on art.
Original. New in a special and interesting way. Opposite. Predictable. Highbrow. Intended for educated, intelligent people. often disapproving. Opposite, lowbrow. Impenetrable, extremely difficult to understand. Opposite, transparent. Sophisticated, showing advanced skills and understanding. Opposite, primitive. Challenging, demanding considerable effort to be understood. Opposite, undemanding. Dazzling, inspiring great admiration because it is brilliant in some way. Opposite, pedestrian. Evocative, calling up images and memories. Opposite, uninspiring. Thought-provoking, making people think. Opposite, unstimulating. Exquisite, having rare beauty or delicacy. Opposite, clumsy. Intriguing, interesting because it is strange or mysterious. Opposite, dreary. Peerless, better than any other. Opposite, run-of-the-mill. Tongue-in-cheek, not intended to be taken seriously, despite appearing serious. Opposite, earnest. Priceless, extremely valuable. Opposite, worthless. Skillful, clever, masterly, done well. Opposite, poorly done.
C. Art and metaphor. Notice how words connected with art can be used when talking about literature.
The writer paints his hero in a fascinating light. Minor characters are more shadowy or sketchy, but they are also depicted quite powerfully, even though the focus is, inevitably, on the two central characters. These are portrayed with great sensitivity. The heroine is particularly colourful, and we see how her character is shaped and moulded by events. Some say the author illustrates his motifs in a black and white fashion, but the image he creates to illuminate the evils of slavery will remain with me forever.
A. Blurbs. A blurb is a short text, usually printed on the back cover of a book, describing what the book is about, and sometimes including quotes from critics. Here are some examples.
Woman of Snow is a poignant chronicle of childhood in a small American town. Nora DeLay is the youngest child in a family.
The third novel by this acclaimed writer, this is a compelling tale of mystery, love, and betrayal in a lugubrious setting reminiscent of
A macabre and chilling account of an unsolved murder that tears a village apart.
A page-turner full of brilliant moments of insight and an unparalleled depth of feeling. This is a gripping and enigmatic tale that unfolds in
A breathtaking achievement, a journey of self-discovery that enchants and saddens, with a combination of wry humour and evocative scenes of life.
Jim Lawless, the eponymous protagonist of R. Crow's latest novel, is a confused young man seeking a meaning in life. It is an engaging tale.
B. Some other types of books.
A journal is a written record of what you have done each day. For example, a learning journal. It is also a publication containing academic articles, published at regular intervals. For example, every 3 months. Memoirs are a written record of a person's own life, typically by a politician or military figure. An encyclopedia is a book or set of books containing articles arranged in alphabetical order, dealing with the whole of human knowledge or part of it. An anthology is a collection of, for example, poems or short stories by different authors. A manual is usually a technical book with instructions, for example, a car manual. A logbook is a book that records events, times, and so on. For example, all the journeys made by a lorry or ship.
C. Other expressions for talking about books.
I'm reading a book about the history of Ireland. It's compulsive reading. It's one of those books you just can't put down. It's very informative.
Nancy Riley's novel about mental breakdown, published in 1950, was ahead of its time. Her 1955 book, Exciting Careers for Women, was a product of its time, though the ideas seem tame and old-fashioned, even gender-biased now.
Bertram's latest novel is not a difficult book. In fact, it's rather lightweight. It's good bedtime reading. His last one was heavy-going, and I just couldn't get into it. Nonetheless, his books always attract a wide readership.
A. Describing food products.
Food production has become increasingly industrialised and globalised, and so knowing what our food contains has become more and more important. Labels do not always help. Adjectives such as wholesome, farm fresh, and homemade can be rather vague and meaningless, while the international numbering system for additives is often incomprehensible to people. Some familiar descriptions, however, do have a clear official meaning. For example, whole foods, free-range eggs, gluten-free bread, or contains no artificial colours or preservatives. Clear and scientifically accurate descriptions can be vital for people who suffer from food allergies, and for vegetarians or vegans who want to know exactly what is in a product, as well as being important for consumers looking for natural or unprocessed foods, or those concerned about animal welfare who may wish to avoid food produced by battery farming methods, and so on. With the growth and popularity of convenience foods, alongside public health concerns over bad diet and obesity, simple and unambiguous nutrition labels are more important than ever. An example of a simple system is traffic light labelling, which indicates high, red, medium, amber, or low, green, levels of such things as fat, sugar, and salt. Finally, good labelling tells us where the food was produced and under what conditions, for example, fair trade products.
B. Food metaphors.
Inviting Sophie and her ex-husband to the same party was a recipe for disaster.
When asked why he didn't turn up to the exam, he cooked up a story about his kitchen being flooded.
The film has all the ingredients of a box office hit.
I'm not going to call him. I'm going to let him stew for another few days at least.
It's kind of you to invite me, but ballet isn't really my cup of tea.
The police grilled the suspect for hours, but eventually let him go.
I'm sure this is going to be another of his half-baked schemes that will never come to anything.
Let's hire a karaoke machine. That'll spice up the office party.
Rick has started hanging around with some unsavoury characters.
They started their business with high hopes, but things soon turned sour.
Let's go for a coffee and you can tell me all the juicy gossip.
A. Paying the bill. We'll split the bill, shall we?
Lunch is on me today.
Would you like to join us for dinner at the City Plaza Hotel?
We'd like you to be our guest.
Let me get this.
I was wined and dined every night by the New York office.
B. Describing service.
A new Italian restaurant called Bella Roma has just opened in the high street, and we went there the other night to try it. I couldn't help comparing it to the Casa Italia where we ate last week. In the Bella Roma, the service was impeccable and quick. At the Casa Italia, it's always a bit sluggish. In the new place, the waiters are courteous and friendly without being overbearing. In the other place, they tend to be sullen, and the service is rather brusque, which I find very off-putting. But at Bella Roma, they'll go out of their way to give you what you want.
C. Food preferences. I have a sweet tooth and can never say no to cakes or biscuits.
I won't have dessert, thanks. You're lucky being so slim, but I'm afraid I have to count the calories these days. You're lucky being so slim, but I'm afraid I have to be a bit calorie conscious these days.
I'll just have a small portion of dessert, please.
I like to end the meal with something savoury, like cheese.
Ben's a bit of a fussy eater.
No thanks, I won't have wine. I'm teetotal.
Before I book the restaurant, do you have any particular dietary requirements?
I won't have any more wine, thanks. I don't want to overdo it.
D. Entertaining at home.
Why not come home and eat with us? You'll have to take potluck, though.
Thank you. Shall I bring a bottle?
Should I wear a suit on Friday?
No, it isn't a dinner party. It's just an informal get-together.
Does anyone want seconds?
Ooh, yes, please. It was delicious.
Can I pour you some juice? Say when.
When?
Help yourself to some nibbles. We have to leave at 6. We can grab a bite to eat on the way.
Or we could get a takeaway when we get there.
A. Driving and traffic regulations.
In the UK, you must give way at a give-way sign and at a roundabout, where traffic coming from the right has the right of way. You must give way to pedestrians at a pedestrian crossing. In some countries, sounding or beeping your horn is prohibited, except in emergencies. In most countries, jumping a red light is a serious offence, as is reckless driving. In many parts of the world, drink driving or drug driving can result in a heavy fine or imprisonment. Drivers may be asked by a police officer to take a breathalyzer test. Hit-and-run accidents are almost always considered to be grave offences and may result in a ban for several years and/or imprisonment. In the UK, less serious breaches of traffic regulations may lead to penalty points on the driver's licence. In many countries, on-the-spot fines may be issued for careless driving and other offences. In the European Union, exhaust emissions must meet certain standards, and the car must be roadworthy, which includes a minimum depth of tyre tread. Driving with a bald tyre is against the law.
B. Traffic problems.
It was the rush hour and there was a long tailback.
There's always congestion in the city centre.
You have to pay a toll on the new motorway.
There was a pile-up involving 10 cars because of the fog, so the road was closed and we were diverted onto a narrow country lane.
Overnight snow caused disruption this morning on many roads, but it is cleared now.
I had stupidly parked in a tow-away zone and came back to find my car had gone.
I only parked for a few minutes outside the station, but when I came out, my car had been clamped.
I saw 2 men fighting next to their cars. I think it was a case of road rage.
The road was wet and I skidded on a bend and almost crashed.
There was a head-on collision on the main road between here and the next village last night.
There was an accident at the junction between the A476 and the A53 this morning involving a lorry carrying a load of glue. Traffic has been stuck there for the last 3 hours. A. Booking travel and holidays. Here are some choices you may make when booking travel or holidays.
A scheduled flight is a normal, regular flight. A charter flight is a special flight taking a group of people, usually to the same holiday destination. Some airline tickets may have restrictions. For example, you can only travel on certain days. Such tickets can offer good value for money, but if you cancel, they are non-refundable, or you may have to pay a cancellation fee. Some tickets allow a stopover. A package holiday normally includes accommodation and transfers. For example, a coach or a shuttle bus to and from your hotel. An all-inclusive holiday includes your flight, accommodation, and all meals, drinks, and snacks in the hotel. Sea travel is normally on a ferry, and the journey is called a crossing, but you can have a holiday on the sea if you go on a cruise. For some people, a luxury cruise is the holiday of a lifetime. You may decide to book a berth in a shared cabin, or to have a single or double cabin. For more money, you can often get a deluxe cabin, perhaps on the upper deck. Cruises often go to exotic islands where you can get away from it all. Train travel allows you to relax as you travel and look at the countryside through the windows of your carriage. Railways link major towns, but you may have to change trains if you are not able to get a through train. Car hire is another way of getting around. When you book it, you may have to choose whether you want unlimited mileage. There may also be extras to pay, such as accident insurance. If you hire a car, it gives you the freedom to come and go as you please.
B. Accommodation when travelling.
Some people like camping, while others prefer hotels. Or you can have a self-catering holiday, such as staying in an apartment or chalet. You can also choose to stay in a guest house or an inn. Some types of accommodation offer half board or full board.
A. Describing tourist destinations.
If you're the type of traveller who wants to escape the crowds, get off the beaten track and get back to nature, take a closer look at Suriname. Suriname's tourist sector is relatively modest, and the emphasis is on what makes the country different for the discerning traveller. Other Caribbean nations may boast better sand, sea and sun, but because of that, you won't find hordes of people in Suriname. What you will find is a wealth of wildlife, with a huge range of flora and fauna. More than 12% of the country is given over to national parks and nature reserves, and large tracts of the country are covered by virgin rainforest. So if you are seeking something out of the ordinary, click here for more information.
B. Travel advertisements.
Unwind in Ubeda. Recharge in Positano. All from under £800.
Taste of the bush. All travel in air-conditioned 4x4 vehicles.
Waterfront villas. Self-catering. Sleep up to 6. Stunning locations. Unbeatable prices. Phone now.
Awe-inspiring national parks. Rambles, hikes and treks. Unrivaled programme. Send for our brochure.
Enjoy the scenic wonders of a tropical paradise. Ecotourism at its best.
Savour the renowned landscapes in our heartland.
A. Climate.
Travelling from north to south in Nigeria, you pass through a fascinating series of landscapes. Rainfall in the southeast can be extremely high in the wet season, whereas the northern part of the country is arid and prone to drought during the dry season.
B. Vegetation.
More than 30% of the landscape of Canada lies inside the Arctic Circle, where the land can stay frozen for up to 9 months of the year. In these regions, known as the tundra, vegetation is limited. Further south, dense, coniferous forests known as taiga cover large areas of land. Towards the border with the United States are the grasslands of the prairies and the mixed, temperate forests.
C. Agriculture.
Rice is the main crop grown in the south of China, along with tea, cotton, fruit and vegetables. The rice is planted in flooded paddy fields. A good year can see 2 crops of rice and 1 of vegetables harvested. In the drier, hillier north and west, farmers generally harvest a single crop of cereals and, in addition, tend sheep and cattle.
D. Industry.
France is one of the world's leading developed nations. It is home to large manufacturing, steel, and chemical industries. The country is an important and major producer of aircraft and cars, and is at the forefront of technology and engineering. Its sizable nuclear industry generates a significant proportion of the nation's electrical power. Like many developed countries, France provides a lot of help and aid to developing countries.
E. Population.
Brazil is a vibrant mixture of peoples. Some are descended from indigenous tribes, others from the Portuguese, who were the colonial power in Brazil for 300 years. Many Brazilians have African ancestors brought over in the 17th century as slaves to work on sugar plantations. During the 20th century, large numbers of European migrants settled in the south.
A. Weather conversations.
Here are some less common, but nonetheless useful, words about weather, so that you can have typical weather conversations where you agree with someone by using a near synonym. In these examples, B replies using more informal language.
Bit cold today, isn't it?
Yes, it's chilly, isn't it? Yes, it's freezing, isn't it? Yes, it's nippy, isn't it?
It's hot, isn't it?
Yes, it's boiling. Yes, it's sweltering. Yes, it's roasting.
It's a bit windy today.
Yes, really blowy, isn't it? Yes, really breezy, isn't it?
What oppressive weather. What sultry weather.
Yes, isn't it stifling? Yes, isn't it heavy? Yes, isn't it close?
What a downpour. What a deluge.
Yes, it's chucking it down. Yes, it's pouring.
Isn't it humid today?
Yes, horrible muggy weather. Yes, horrible clammy weather. Yes, horrible sticky weather.
B. Climate and metaphors. Climate metaphors are often used, particularly in written English. The word climate can refer to the general atmosphere or situation in society.
His secrecy and dishonesty created a climate of distrust.
The government reforms have contributed to a climate of change.
The words cultural, current, economic, financial, moral, political, social, and prevailing all collocate strongly with climate in this social sense.
She has a very sunny disposition. She's hardly ever miserable.
Though they won the championship last year, the outlook for the team is less sunny this year.
Unfortunately, our plans met with a frosty reception.
I'm snowed under with work. I'll never get through it all in time.
After the company accounts were examined, The manager left under a cloud.
Don't let your love for him cloud your judgment. The soldiers were hit with a hail of bullets.
The Prime Minister was greeted with a hail of abuse. The Prime Minister was greeted with a storm of abuse.
I've only a hazy memory of my first day at school.
The truth is hidden in the mists of history.
The article sparked a whirlwind of speculation.
They had a whirlwind romance and got married just a month after they met.
The horses thundered down the racetrack.
Thunderous applause followed his speech.
The winds of change are blowing across the country. The winds of discontent are blowing across the country. The winds of democracy are blowing across the country.
A. Buildings.
To build something or someone up can be used metaphorically to mean to praise someone or something in a way that will increase expectations of them. For example, the press has built up the young footballer so much that it must be extra pressure on him. Note how cement is used to fix bricks firmly in place and to make relationships more solid. It can be used in this way both as a noun and a verb. For example, let's have a drink together to cement our partnership. To come up against a brick wall is used metaphorically, meaning to meet a barrier. For example, when I tried to find out who had opened my letters, I came up against a brick wall. Ceiling can be used to suggest a limit to something. For example, they put a ceiling on the number of planned redundancies. The glass ceiling is a phrase used to refer to an invisible barrier that stops people, especially women, from rising to top positions at work. Roof is used in a number of common metaphors. For example, the roof fell in on my world on the day he died. Conversely, the floor can give way metaphorically when you faint. The informal phrase, go through the roof, is used about prices, meaning to increase in a rapid, uncontrolled fashion. Hit the roof means get very angry. For example, my mother will hit the roof when she sees what we've done. Window, both literally and metaphorically, means an opening. A window of opportunity is a chance to do something special. For example, if you see a window of opportunity, then take advantage of it. If a quality or idea goes out of the window, it means it departs. For example, once the boys started going around together, common sense went out of the window. As a very tall building, tower conveys an idea of distance from ordinary people. If someone lives in an ivory tower, he or she does not know about the unpleasant and ordinary things that happen in life. For example, academics are often criticised for living in their ivory towers. If a person is a tower of strength, they are extremely strong in an emotional rather than a physical sense. For example, our friends were a tower of strength when our house burnt down. If a person or thing towers above something or someone, they are either outstandingly tall or outstanding in some other positive way. For example, Lauren towers above all her classmates, although she is actually one of the youngest students.
B. Entrances.
Gateway is used metaphorically in the phrase be a gateway to, meaning give an opportunity to get somewhere. For example, a degree in law is a gateway to a well-paid job. Door can also be used in a similar way to gateway above, but it is also used in many other metaphorical phrases as well. For example, failing his final exams closed or shut a lot of doors for him. Knowing several languages opens doors when it comes to finding work. The new year gives us the opportunity to close the door on the past and make a fresh start. Doing something through or by the back door suggests doing it unofficially. For example, Jack came into the business by the back door. The manager knew him from university. Doing something behind closed doors suggests secrecy. Unfortunately, the decision was taken behind closed doors, and no one knows exactly why it was made. Key can be used as a noun to suggest the importance of something. For example, this research may provide or hold the key to developing a cure for cancer. Knowing the right people is the key to success in that country.
A. Parts of a plant. Here are some metaphors based on parts of trees and plants.
Seed or seeds is often used to talk about the start of an idea or feeling. For example, the seeds of success, the seeds of discontent, the seeds of revolution. Root or roots is used to suggest the origins of something. You can talk about going back to your roots, for example, meaning going back to the place where your family came from. You can also talk about the root of a problem or the roots of a tradition. Putting down roots means settling down and making your home in one place. For example, after travelling the world for a couple of years, I was ready to go home and put down some roots. When an idea becomes known or accepted, it can be said to take root. For example, the grassroots supporters of an organisation or society are the ordinary people in it, not the leaders. Deeply and firmly collocate with rooted. For example, its origins are firmly or deeply rooted in the 19th century. Stem is used as a verb to signify that something originates in something else. For example, her discontent stems from a traumatic experience she had last year. Bud is used in the expression nipped in the bud. For example, he's showing signs of neglecting his work. We'd better nip that in the bud. The adjective budding can also mean showing promise of future development. For example, she's a budding young actor. A branch is something that grows off or branches out from a main organisation. We talk about branches of a shop or a business branching out into new directions. For example, we don't have the blue sweater in your size here, but you could try our Oxford Street branch.
B. Metaphorical verbs connected with plant growth and gardening.
The new boss is planning to weed out older or less experienced staff.
The government will probably have to prune back its proposals.
At last, she is reaping the rewards of all her years of study.
Because we didn't protest about the change, we are now reaping what we sowed.
The journalists have dug up some interesting facts.
The idea was germinating while we were on holiday.
Out-of-town shopping centres have been sprouting up all over the country.
Our business is flourishing.
We are beginning to see the green shoots of economic recovery.
A deciduous tree sheds its leaves. Companies can shed employees or jobs. People can shed worries or inhibitions or weight. Plants can thrive. So can people and things. For example, the language school is thriving. Student numbers are up from last year. She loves her high-powered job and seems to thrive on stress and crises. Plants fade, wither, shrivel, and wilt when they die. These verbs can be used metaphorically. For example, hopes of finding survivors of fading. Revenues have shriveled in recent years. Donations have shriveled in recent years. Profits have shriveled in recent years. It was so hot in the classroom that the students were starting to wilt. A glance or look or remark can wither or be withering. For example, she gave him a withering look.
A. Describing animals and birds.
Mammal, an animal that gives birth to live babies, not eggs, and feeds them on its own milk. For example, a cat, a cow, a kangaroo. A kangaroo is a special kind of mammal called a marsupial. Rodent, for example, a mouse, a rat. Reptile, for example, a snake, a lizard. Carnivore, an animal that eats a diet that is mainly or exclusively meat. Herbivore, an animal that eats a diet that is mainly or exclusively grass or vegetation. Predator, an animal that hunts and eats other animals. Scavenger, an animal that feeds on dead animals, which it has not killed itself. Warm or cold-blooded. Warm-blooded animals, for example mammals, have temperatures that stay the same. Cold-blooded animals, for example reptiles, have to control their temperature by taking in heat from outside or by being very active.
B. Describing typical animal behaviour. Our old cat is a very docile creature.
These birds are so tame they will sit on your hand.
Dogs and horses became domesticated thousands of years ago.
There are wildcats in the mountains.
A savage wolf killed 3 of the farmer's sheep.
A fierce dog guarded the gates.
C. Life of animals and birds.
As more buildings and roads are constructed, the natural habitat for many species is shrinking.
The Arctic tern is a bird which migrates from the Arctic to the Antarctic, a round trip of over 70,000 kilometres. Migration is when animals travel long distances to get to a different habitat.
The dodo was a large flightless bird which was found on one island in the Indian Ocean, but became extinct in the 17th century.
You can see lots of animals in the big game reserves or game parks in Africa.
There is a bird sanctuary near here.
We went to the local animal rescue shelter to see if we could get a dog there. D. Human exploitation of animals and birds.
Many people are opposed to blood sports such as fox hunting and bullfighting. Some people refuse to wear clothing made of natural animal fur since they are opposed to the fur trade. Poachers kill hundreds of elephants every year to supply the ivory trade. Animal rights activists often demonstrate outside research laboratories where animals are used in experiments. Rhinos are hunted for their horn, which is said to have healing powers.
A.
You probably already know a lot of words for talking about the environment, pollution, and so on. In this unit, we focus particularly on collocations, words that are often used together. Try to learn these and use them in your writing.
Threats and potential threats to the environment.
Shrinking habitats are a threat to biodiversity in terms of both plants and animals, and endangered species need legal protection if they are to survive. Although some climate change skeptics disagree, most scientists believe that global warming will increase. This will encourage polar ice to melt, resulting in rising sea levels and climatic changes. Carbon dioxide emissions from the burning of fossil fuels are contributing to the greenhouse effect. In addition, population growth exerts severe pressure on finite resources, and the ecological balance may be upset by uncontrolled deforestation. Demographic projections suggest the world population will continue to grow exponentially, putting extra pressure on depleting resources. Waste disposal is an increasing problem, and toxic waste is contaminating many rivers and seas. Safe water may become an increasingly precious commodity, leading to issues of water security. One of the worst-case scenarios is that there will be no tropical rainforests left by the year 2050. Our only hope is that pristine environments such as Antarctica can be protected from development and damage, so that at least these habitats are preserved.
B. Responses to environmental issues and problems. Look at these newspaper headlines and note the useful phrases.
Governing party in bid to improve green credentials.
Prophets of doom and gloom should listen to scientific evidence, says Prime Minister.
Sustainable development the only answer for emerging countries, says UN Commission.
Renewable energy. Government develops new strategy.
A. Good service. Read these comments by someone about a company they recently used.
They're a good company. They always make sure you get a prompt reply to any query, and they're very responsive to complaints. When I rang to ask if I could change the delivery date, they were very accommodating and got back to me within 10 minutes with a new date. Whenever I ring, I get impeccable service. They're always very helpful and obliging, whatever the problem is.
B. Adjectives connected with bad service.
Incompetent. Failing through insufficient skill, knowledge or training. For example, it wasn't just bad service, they were completely incompetent. Impersonal. Lacking a personal element or feeling of human warmth. For example, I find some big shops so impersonal. Shoddy. Poor quality of service or of goods. For example, they repaired my car but the work was very shoddy. Substandard. Below the standard expected. Often used about actions. For example, it was a substandard performance altogether for such a big company. Uncooperative. Not supportive, unwilling to work together. For example, the secretary was very uncooperative, so I ended up doing it myself.
There's a huge backlog of orders and they can't deliver for 3 weeks.
They never seem to have any sense of urgency when you ring them. It's exasperating.
They have a helpline, but it's useless. They always put you on hold every time you ring.
The home button on my tablet stopped working, but it was still under guarantee, so I didn't have to pay to get it repaired. The home button on my tablet stopped working, but it was still under warranty, so I didn't have to pay to get it repaired.
C. Service encounters on the internet.
Most big companies offer a secure site where you can set up an account, and they have a privacy policy guaranteeing secure transactions.
The hotel website lets you check availability and has all the information you need on its homepage.
This site has a very good FAQ link, where you can find answers to the most important questions.
This online bookshop is excellent. You can browse, and it has a very good site index.
Most large online stores offer immediate dispatch and a nationwide service. You can also track your order, so you know when it will be delivered.
Do you buy clothes online, or do you prefer to buy them in store? A. Entering a country.
On arrival in most countries, you have to show your passport or national identity card, possibly a landing card, and often a customs declaration form. You may need a visa and a vaccination certificate, depending on entry regulations. Alternatively, some passengers can use e-passport gates, which make use of facial recognition technology. Customs officers carry out spot checks on people's baggage to find banned or restricted goods and to check that you haven't gone over your allowance. They may use sniffer or detector dogs to detect drugs, tobacco, cash, or explosives. In most cases, you have to clear customs at the port of entry. Some passengers may wish to be recognised as refugees and claim asylum. People who claim asylum in this way are sometimes called asylum seekers.
B. Policing the streets.
The police enforce the law. A police officer can stop and search you if there is a suspicion you are carrying drugs, weapons, or stolen property. The police cannot normally enter your home against your wishes without a search warrant. Many roads have safety or speed cameras to ensure people aren't exceeding the speed limit. Traffic wardens issue parking tickets with fines for illegal parking. The police also use surveillance techniques, including CCTV, closed-circuit television, to monitor public areas such as town centres and airports.
C. Other types of policing. Security forces. Often a name for the army and police working together. Plainclothes police. Police who do not wear uniform. Undercover police. Police who are working secretly using a false identity. Drug squad. Police specially trained to fight the illegal drug trade. Anti-corruption squad. Police specially trained to discover and fight bribery or corruption. Cybercrime. Computer crime. There are many types including cyber terrorism, cyber warfare, and phishing. Phishing is tricking people on the internet to give up personal information, particularly bank account details. A. People and their beliefs.
Adherent of. A person who supports a particular idea or party. Related words. Adherence. To adhere to. Convert to. Someone who has taken on a new set of beliefs. Related words. Conversion. To convert. Fanatic. Disapproving. Someone with a very strong belief that something is great. Related words. Fanaticism. Fanatical. Radical. Someone who believes there should be extreme change, often political. Related words. Radicalism. To radicalize. Reactionary. Disapproving. Someone opposed to change or new ideas. Related words. Reaction. To react.
B. A definition of one belief.
Pacifism. Pacifists seek to eradicate violence and conflict, and they believe that war can never be justified. A key tenet shared by proponents of this way of thinking is that life is precious and should never be wasted. Some pacifists' beliefs derive from their religious views, and some pacifists go as far as to oppose violence in all forms, including in self-defense. There have been several very well-known pacifists throughout history, such as Mahatma Gandhi, who campaigned for Indian independence through using non-violent civil disobedience. His success has inspired others to use peaceful resistance to achieve their goals, including Martin Luther King Jr., a key figure in the civil rights movement in the United States in the 1950s and 60s.
C. Other words and expressions relating to believing.
Emma's viewpoint is that we should just wait and see what happens next. Emma's point of view is that we should just wait and see what happens next.
The boy produced a barely credible excuse for arriving late.
I was incredulous when she told me she was quitting her job to go to New Zealand.
He's very gullible. He believes anything you tell him.
You should try to be less subjective about the situation.
Can't you find a more plausible excuse than that?
Many scholars attribute this anonymous poem to Dante.
I presume that Mina told you what happened.
We should give her the benefit of the doubt.
You should take what he says with a pinch of salt. He's inclined to exaggerate.
A. Describing festivals. Read this short text about a Kenyan cultural festival.
Mombasa Carnival.
The Mombasa Carnival falls in November each year in this Kenyan city. People from all over the country and the world travel to Mombasa to participate in the festivities. The carnival features people dressed in spectacular costumes, parading through the city's streets, performing traditional songs and dances to celebrate their cultures. Promoting integration within this multicultural region remains the focus of the carnival. There are big celebrations on New Year's Day. New Year's Day is celebrated in many ways. The festival celebrates the new year. It was a public holiday, and everyone was in a celebratory mood.
The festival is held in March. The festivities go on for days. There was a festive mood in the village during the spring holiday.
The parade in the town square was a very colourful spectacle. On the anniversary of the battle, soldiers paraded through the streets. The parade is always very spectacular.
Everyone in the village attends a big feast in the evening. During the national holiday, there is a whole week of feasting and celebrations.
Many of the customs have their origin in ancient ceremonies. A ceremonial procession goes through the streets of the city.
The festival is a time of renewal. Each year, the festival renews the national spirit of the people.
The celebrations at the end of the war brought renewed hope to the people.
B. Other words and phrases connected with festivals.
A lot of people are very superstitious, especially about numbers and colours.
The festival celebrated the centenary of the country's independence. The festival celebrated the bicentenary of the country's independence.
The Rio de Janeiro Carnival is always a very flamboyant and raucous event.
The Festival of the Dead is very sombre and atmospheric. It can be traced back to pagan times.
The annual holiday commemorates all those who died in the country's civil war.
A. Specialist terms for talking about language.
Syntax. The grammar and word order. Different languages express modality in different ways. English does it with modal verbs like must, could, and should. Phonology. The sound system. That is, pronunciation and intonation. All languages have phonemes, such as b and v. English has 10 diphthongs. Lexicon. Specialized term for vocabulary. Orthography. Specialized term for writing systems and spelling. The English alphabet has 26 characters. Some writing systems, such as Chinese, are not alphabetic, but have pictograms or ideograms. Morphology. How words are formed. In English, there are 3 morphemes in unthinkable: un, think, and able.
B. Other useful words for talking about language.
Many words in English are polysemous. The meaning will usually be clear from its context. Words are often used in a metaphorical way, a way that is not literal. For example, to see the light, meaning to understand something, rather than literally to see a light. Language usage inevitably changes with time. Some words become obsolete, while new words are coined. Any language has a number of different registers. Jargon is used to describe a specific type of language that is used by a particular group of people sharing a job or interest. For example, military jargon, computer jargon.
C. Using language well or badly.
Someone who uses language well can be described as articulate or eloquent. They may express something in a succinct way, and they may always be able to think of the mot juste. Someone who does not use language well can be described as inarticulate. If you are speechless or lost for words, you are so surprised that you are unable to say anything. If you put your foot in it, you say something without thinking carefully and may upset or embarrass someone.
A. History. The great and the ordinary.
Archaeologists patiently work among the remains of past civilizations, trying to understand once powerful, vast empires, kingdoms, and dynasties. Since the dawn of civilization, societies have recorded the reigns of kings and emperors, the fate of their heirs and successors, and major events such as coronations, wars, and conquests. All this can be recorded in manuscripts or on stone tablets. When an heir succeeds to the throne and is crowned, we usually learn how long he or she reigns. Meanwhile, the lives of the ordinary people, the peasants and labourers, the pattern of their days, the migrations of social groups, often go unrecorded, and archaeologists and historians have a tougher task in interpreting whatever shreds of evidence remain. But for many, this is the real history and archaeology, the true key to our past.
B. Historical eras.
In ancient Egypt, the Bronze Age began about 5,000 years ago.
Life in medieval times was hard.
I love the great Renaissance art of Italy.
Magnificent architecture and works of art were created in Central America in the pre-colonial era.
C. Military history.
Infantry, soldiers on foot. Cavalry, soldiers on horseback. Suit of armour, metal protective clothing worn by soldiers. Chariot, two-wheeled vehicle pulled by a horse and used in ancient times for racing and war. Galleon, large sailing ship with 3 or 4 masts, used in the 15th to 18th centuries.
D. People.
Warlord, a military leader who controls a country or, more often, an area within a country. Slave, person legally owned by someone else and who has to work for them. Ruler, leader of a country. Explorer, someone who travels to places that no one is thought ever to have visited in order to find out what is there. Merchant, someone who buys and sells things in large amounts, especially by trading with other countries. Monarch, neutral term for a king or queen. A country with a king or queen at its head can also be called a monarchy. The nobility, collective term for people of the highest social rank in a society.
A. Definitions of poverty.
United Nations definition. Fundamentally, poverty is a denial of choices and opportunities, a violation of human dignity. Type and aspects of poverty. Absolute poverty. Being poor according to a fixed minimum standard, sometimes called the poverty line. In 2015, people with less than $1.90 to live on a day were defined as being below the poverty line. This sum does, of course, regularly change. Relative poverty. Being poor in relation to others around you. This kind of poverty depends on a person's social context. It takes into account that there is no income equality between countries. Extreme poverty. Living below the poverty line. People living in extreme poverty will be lacking in material possessions and money. Another word for extreme poverty is penury. Human poverty. Being poor in a range of ways, not only financial. This kind of poverty takes into account such social factors as shelter, nutrition. People living in poverty are more likely to be malnourished. Literacy levels. People living in poverty are more likely to be illiterate. Sanitation. Access to education and healthcare. People lacking these basic aspects of life are said to be deprived.
B. Other expressions relating to wealth and poverty.
Most of the world's population can be classed as poor.
Only a small minority of people in the world enjoy affluence. Only a small minority of people in the world are affluent.
The super rich are people who are exceptionally rich.
It's a very poor country. Over 60% of the population live on or below the breadline.
When your income is low, it is hard to make ends meet.
Many people left the poverty-stricken countryside to go to the city.
The charity's main aim is to improve healthcare in impoverished areas of the world.
Everywhere in the city you see destitute people living in shop doorways or under bridges.
When we were first married, we were living from hand to mouth, so it's nice to be able to spend a bit more now.
Ever since I lost my job, money has been tight.
We'll have to tighten our belts now that Mum has lost her job.
Many of the people in this area are in the lowest income bracket.
A. Influencing political decisions.
Ordinary citizens in the UK can have their say in political life in a number of ways. They can lobby MPs and members of the House of Lords, who are known as peers, about a particular issue. Petition the House of Commons to tell MPs about views on an issue and request action. Comment on legislation going through Parliament during the committee stage of a public bill in the House of Commons. Submit evidence to a select committee inquiry scrutinising the work and policies of the government.
B. Lobbying and petitioning. Methods of lobbying vary and can range from sending letters and making presentations to providing briefing material to members and organising rallies. Often the result lobbyists are seeking is for the MP or peer to vote a certain way on a specific issue. However, this decision will ultimately be down to the MP or peer's own judgment, and the influence, if any, that existing party policy will have on them. The public can petition the House of Commons to make MPs aware of their opinion on an issue and to request action. All that's needed is that the petition is properly set out and has the signature and address of at least one person. A petition can also be created and submitted online as an e-petition. The text of the petition is published in Hansard. There is a procedure for petitions in the Lords, but it is very rarely used. Generally, MPs will present all petitions they receive from their constituents. MPs present petitions by either giving a short statement in the debating chamber of the House of Commons, or by simply placing the petition in the petition bag, which hangs behind the Speaker's chair. If a petition gets 100,000 signatures, the government will respond and it will be considered for debate. A copy of the petition is sent to the appropriate government department. Government departments are expected to offer observations on all substantive petitions. C. Select committees.
There is a common select committee for each government department examining 3 aspects: spending, policies, and administration. Some select committees have a role that crosses departmental boundaries, such as the Environmental Audit Committee. Other Commons committees are involved in a range of ongoing investigations, such as allegations about the conduct of individual MPs. Lords Select Committees do not shadow the work of government departments. Their investigations look into specialist subjects, taking advantage of the wide-ranging expertise of the Lords and the greater amount of time, compared to MPs, available to them to examine issues. Committees in the House of Lords concentrate on 6 main areas: international relations, the European Union, science and technology, economic affairs, communications, and the UK Constitution.
A. United Nations. The UN is an international organisation constituted in 1945 to make the world a better place for humanity. From its foundation, it has pursued these key aims: to keep peace throughout the world, to establish friendly relations between countries, to work together to improve people's lives by conquering poverty, disease, illiteracy, and environmental destruction, and to encourage respect for each other's rights and freedoms, to be a centre for supporting nations in achieving these goals. In other words, the UN stresses the importance of negotiation when there are disagreements between countries. It is opposed to injustice and upholds the rights of minorities, but it will only support military intervention if its Security Council agrees that this is justified. B. Political movements.
A political movement is a group of people with the same beliefs who work together in the attempt to achieve something. They often make use of a slogan, a short phrase that catches people's attention and is easy to remember. The aim of a political movement might be the liberation of a minority, perhaps, or the integration of one particular social group into the society from which it is, or feels itself to be, excluded. Members of a political movement sometimes go on a march, a walk where they can demonstrate their solidarity with others sharing the same attitudes and aims.
C. International conferences.
A major international conference is currently meeting in Rio. Delegates from 60 different countries are attending. Their aim is to determine ways in which each country can minimise the energy requirements of its infrastructure with a view to slowing the rate of global warming. The governments of each country recognise the importance of these discussions and have undertaken to support any programme of measures agreed on by the conference. Although some of the issues under discussion are undeniably delicate, the conference has so far shown more unity than is customary at such gatherings.
A. Legal verbs.
To bend the law or rules. To break the law or rules in a way that is considered not to be very harmful. To contravene a law. To break a law. Noun, contravention. To infringe a law or rule. To break a law or rule. Noun, infringement. To impeach a president or governor. To make a formal statement saying that a person in public office has committed a serious offence. Noun, impeachment. To lodge an appeal. To make an official request that a previous judgment should be changed. To uphold or overturn a verdict. To say that a previous decision in court was correct or incorrect. To pervert the course of justice. To make it difficult for justice to be done. Noun, perversion. To quash a conviction. To change a previous official decision that someone was guilty. To set a precedent. To establish a decision which must usually, in English law, be taken into account in future decisions. To award or grant custody to. To give one parent or adult the main responsibility for a child, especially after separation or divorce. To annul an agreement or marriage or law. To declare that it no longer exists and never existed. Noun, annulment. To sue someone. To take legal action against someone. To allege. To say that someone has done something illegal without giving proof. Noun, allegation. To amend a law. To make changes to a law. Noun, amendment.
B. Crimes.
Discrimination. Unfair treatment on grounds of sex, race or nationality. Verb, discriminate, against. Embezzlement. Stealing money that belongs to an organisation that you work for. Verb, embezzle. Criminal, embezzler. Harassment. Putting undue pressure on someone, for example, for sexual reasons or to get a debt repaid. Verb, harass. Insider trading or dealing. Illegal buying and selling of shares by someone who has specialist knowledge of a company. Verb, do or practice insider trading or dealing. Criminal, insider trader or dealer. Money laundering. Moving money obtained illegally so that its origin cannot be traced. Verb, launder money. Criminal, money launderer. Perjury. Lying when under oath. Verb, commit perjury. Criminal, perjurer. Stalking. Following someone or giving them unwanted or obsessive attention. Verb, stalk. Criminal, stalker. Trespass or trespassing. Go onto someone else's land without permission. Verb, trespass. Criminal, trespasser.
C. Words and expressions with law.
A law-abiding person is someone who always obeys the law. A law-breaker is someone who, often and deliberately, does not obey the law. If you take the law into your own hands, you do something illegal to punish someone because you feel the legal system will not punish that person. If you lay down the law, you say with great force what you think should happen. If someone is a law unto himself or herself, he or she behaves in a way which is independent and not the way in which most other people behave.
A. War and violence. War is often seen as a last resort when relations between states break down totally and diplomacy and such measures as economic sanctions have failed. The decision to take military action is rarely made lightly, since even the best planned military operations, carried out with the benefit of the latest high-tech weaponry, inevitably result in civilian casualties. Military intervention may be carried out with the goal of regime change, but it is often the leaders of tyrannical regimes who are the most difficult to overthrow. Even more tragic than wars between states is civil war, which often begins with civil unrest and clashes between rival ethnic, religious, or political groups, and may escalate into all-out war and end in the brutal suppression of one group by another, or, in extreme cases, ethnic cleansing and massacres. Conflict resolution may take years to bring into effect, and mistrust and hatred between groups within the same country may continue for many years. B. Other words and expressions relating to war and peace.
Powerful West African rulers waged war on their neighbours in the 19th century.
Hostilities finally ceased after 5 years of bloodshed.
The invading army besieged the city.
The patrol was ambushed on a remote highway.
The two armies signed a truce in 2016.
A ceasefire was declared in 2015.
A peacekeeping force entered the country in 2016.
International observers monitored the ceasefire.
The rebels fought a long campaign against the dictatorship. The rebellion lasted 10 years before the dictator was defeated.
A suicide bomber killed 25 people at a military base yesterday.
C. Metaphors of warfare.
The government is waging war on drink driving.
Paparazzi are besieging the star's Hollywood home.
A major advertising campaign was planned to launch the new cosmetics range.
Several companies are battling to win market supremacy in sales of smartphones.
We have a major fight on our hands if we are to save the company from bankruptcy.
A fleet of bulletproof cars followed the president's limousine.
A.
In this unit, we focus particularly on collocations, words that are often used together.
International aid and development.
European countries have, in recent years, turned their attention to supporting real and sustainable development in Africa. There are many encouraging signs that such projects have taken root. In the 5 years up to 2015, a score of African countries achieved economic growth of more than 4% per year. Foreign direct investment also rose. Africa's share in world trade now shows real signs of recovering from a long decline. From Ghana in the west to Ethiopia in the east and Mozambique in the south, Africa's economies have consistently grown more rapidly than those of almost any other region of the world. A dozen countries' economies have expanded by more than 6% a year over a period of 6 or more years. But many millions of people in Africa still live in deep poverty, and more determined efforts are needed to tackle the problem. The European Union is committed to supporting and allocating funds and development grants to those African governments which are pursuing policies to reduce and eradicate poverty and improve access to healthcare, education, and clean water supplies.
B. Collocations related to the noun debt.
Countries often find it impossible to repay debt. The debt burden is too great. Easing the debt burden or cancelling debt helps debtor countries or nations free themselves from the problem of incurring more and more debt. Alleviating debt for poor countries should be a priority. Debt relief for poor countries should be a priority.
C. Trade and cooperation. Free trade agreements often cause disputes between countries, especially when one country thinks the other is engaged in restrictive practices. Occasionally, trade wars erupt, and sanctions or embargoes are imposed on countries that may not be lifted for long periods. On the other hand, countries closely related economically and enjoying good relations have the possibility of entering into monetary union and having a single currency. D. Economic difficulties.
If an economy is badly affected by war, we may refer to it as a war-torn economy. Economies in a bad state are often referred to as ailing economies. Devaluation or revaluation of the currency may be necessary. Economies may go into recession and not come out of or emerge from recession for several years. Indeed, countries may even suffer a double-dip recession. A country may suffer from a slump in prices for its goods. Lower taxes may be introduced to boost the economy when it is in recession.
A. Cash, checks, and cards.
I was broke at the end of last month. I was skint at the end of last month.
I'm rolling in it this month. I got a payment of £3,000 for some work I did.
It's sometimes difficult to make ends meet with 3 children and only one parent working.
Things are a bit tight at the moment.
I was strapped for cash and had to borrow money from my parents.
She gave me a cheque for what she owed me, but it bounced.
Who shall I make this cheque out to? Who shall I make this cheque payable to?
The easiest way to pay your household bills is by direct debit or by electronic transfer.
Shall we put this meal on my credit card? Then we can forget it. Shall we stick this meal on my credit card? Then we can forget it.
Could you charge it to my credit card, please?
The APR for this credit card is 23%, which is 2% lower than my other card.
My card expires in 0521. The expiry date is 0521.
Credit card fraud has increased in recent years.
Is this a credit card or a debit card?
Actually, it's a store card.
I went to withdraw some money, but I forgot my PIN and the ATM swallowed my card after 3 wrong attempts. I went to get some money out, but I forgot my PIN and the ATM swallowed my card after 3 wrong attempts.
A lot of people don't like using contactless cards because they think they are more vulnerable to fraud. They prefer to use their phones to make contactless payments.
B.
Savings, pensions, and so on.
Victims of last year's rail crash will receive lump sum compensation payments following a High Court decision today.
A golden handshake of £10 million was paid to the boss of one of Britain's biggest companies today. This was in addition to an annual bonus of £2 million.
People with well-managed share portfolios have done better on the stock market than individuals who buy stocks and shares privately.
The thieves stole Mr. and Mrs. Bateson's life savings, which they kept under their bed in a metal box.
Johann Carslow left only a very small sum to his family in his will. It was hardly enough to cover the cost of his funeral.
Miss Rafstead had borrowed heavily to finance the building of a new house and found herself deeply in debt, which led her to commit the robbery.
A. Typical sections found in newspapers and magazines.
One thing I always read in the paper is the obituaries page. It's so interesting to read about other people's lives. I also read the editorial, or leader. It helps me form my opinion on things. Although national papers cover all the important news, I find if you just want to sell your car or something, the classified ads, or classifieds, in a local paper is the best place. I love the Sunday papers, especially the supplements with articles on travel, food, fashion, and so on. Last week there was a fascinating feature on new technology in one of them. My daughter prefers magazines, especially the agony columns. I just can't imagine writing to an agony aunt. It amazes me how people are prepared to discuss their intimate problems publicly, but I know this sort of article really increases a publication's circulation.
B. Some types of printed material.
Journal, a magazine containing articles about a particular academic subject. For example, part of John's doctoral research was published in an international chemistry journal. Journal, a book where you write about what happened to you each day. For example, I kept a journal while I was working in Zambia. Newsletter, a regular report with information for people belonging to a particular group. For example, Laura is in charge of producing a monthly newsletter for her tennis club. Pamphlet, small book with a soft cover, dealing with a specific topic, often political. For example, the Conservative Party published a pamphlet on the future of private education. Press release, official written statement with information for the public. For example, the company is going to issue a press release about its takeover plans later today. Leaflet, single sheet or folded sheets of paper giving information about something. For example, I picked up a leaflet about the museum when I was in town. Brochure, small, thin book like a magazine, which gives information, often about travel or a company and so on. For example, Do you have any brochures about Caribbean holidays? Prospectus. Small, thin book like a magazine, which gives information about a school, college or university, or a company. For example, before you choose a university, you should send away for some prospectuses. Flyer. A single sheet giving information about some event, special offer, and so on, often given out in the street. For example, I was given a flyer about a new nightclub which is opening next month. Booklet. A small, thin book with a soft cover, often giving information about something. For example, the tourist office has a free booklet of local walks. Manual. Book of detailed instructions about how to use something. For example, this computer manual is impossible to understand.
A. The pros and cons of internet use.
Here are some possible advantages, pros, and disadvantages, cons, of the internet. Pros: email, instant messaging, chat rooms, news groups, social networking sites, webinars. E-commerce. For example, internet banking, travel booking. E-books, e-learning. Accessing vast amounts of useful information. Fun of just browsing and surfing the web. Ability to transfer graphic images and sound files. Ability to send files as attachments. Usefulness of file sharing. Gaming. You can play video games with anyone in the world. Cons. ISP charges can be high for heavy users. People you've never met may get your contact details. Your account may be hacked. Download and upload times can be slow. E-books don't feel the same as real books. E-learners may miss a live teacher. Spam and junk mail can be annoying. Can become addictive. Cookies track your activities on the web. Many sites contain offensive material. Parental control may be necessary for children.
B. Email and internet communications.
I've bookmarked the CNN homepage, as I use it regularly to get the latest news.
If you subscribe to news groups, you often get hundreds of messages.
Some ISPs allow you to screen out unwanted mail. Some ISPs allow you to filter out unwanted mail.
Our server at work was down yesterday, so I didn't get your message till today.
Do you have good antivirus software? It's worth updating it frequently.
She must have changed her email address. The email I sent her bounced.
She often posts ridiculous details about her life on social networking sites.
A. Promoting quality. Advertisers like language that suggests their product is of especially high quality.
Check out our latest smartphone. You'll love its innovative features.
The design of our beds is unsurpassed.
Our dishwashers leave other dishwashers standing.
Sign up for exam courses that put other courses in the shade. Sign up for exam courses that leave other courses in the shade.
B. Promoting value for money. Advertisers like language that suggests things give you good value for money.
Rock bottom prices in our sale.
Prices slashed.
Bargains galore.
Order now and get a 10% discount.
C. Promoting luxury and comfort. Advertisers like language that suggests luxury and comfort.
Pamper yourself with a full-body massage.
Indulge yourself with our smooth, rich, perfectly blended coffee.
Enjoy a sumptuous meal in opulent surroundings.
Live in the lap of luxury for 2 weeks.
D. Promoting scientific backing. Advertisers like language that suggests scientific backing for their product.
This ergonomically designed reading lamp provides the perfect light.
Our health drink is medically proven to boost energy levels.
All our computers are state-of-the-art.
E. Promoting attractiveness. Advertisers like language that suggests their products make us more attractive.
Ties that will make you stand out in the crowd.
In our new styles, you're guaranteed to turn heads.
Our new lipsticks are tantalizingly appealing.
Use our range of hair and skin products for glossy hair and radiant skin.
F. Common ways of advertising.
Magazine and newspaper advertisements. Magazine and newspaper adverts. Classified ads. TV and radio commercials. Posters. Billboards. Flyers. Trailers. Sports sponsorship. Banners. Skywriting. Sandwich boards. Brochures. Carrier bags. Logos on clothing and other products. Pop-ups on websites. In addition, personalities often use TV interviews to plug a new book or film.
A. Gathering the news.
There are a number of different types of journalism. Print journalism, broadcast journalism, online journalism, and, increasingly, citizen journalism. This is where ordinary citizens use social media to report, photograph, and share news with others. Professional journalists gather news in a number of different ways. They may get stories from pressure groups which want to air their views in public. Journalists also attend press conferences where politicians or others may issue a statement or press release. A person seeking publicity will try to include a soundbite in what they say. Journalists also hunt for stories by tapping useful sources and by monitoring international news agencies like Reuters. The more important a story is, the more airtime it will achieve, and the more column inches it will be given in the newspaper or on the web page. In other words, the more coverage it will receive. Paparazzi follow celebrities or public figures and try to get photographs of them for newspapers and magazines.
B. Delivering the news.
A rag is an informal word for a newspaper, and it suggests that it is not of very high quality. The gutter press is a disapproving term used about the kind of newspapers and magazines that are more interested in crime and sex than serious news. Journalists produce copy, which has to be ready for a deadline. With printed newspapers, when everything is ready, the newspaper goes to press. Previous issues of a paper are known as back copies. These are usually accessible in an online archive. A story that is only to be found in one newspaper is an exclusive or scoop. All newspapers or TV news channels hope to run a story that no one else has discovered. A major story can be said to hit the headlines on the day it is published. At that time, the story breaks or becomes public knowledge. A newspaper may be taken to court for libel or defamation of character if it publishes an untrue story that, for example, wrongly accuses someone of something. Journalists of different political persuasions will put their own gloss or spin on a story. Some journalists gather stories by muckraking. Generally, newspapers like to make stories sound more dramatic by using words like heroic and triumph, even for some occurrence that is quite ordinary.
A. Healthcare professionals.
Many professionals are trained to help people stay healthy and to treat health problems. Primary care is provided by the doctors, also known as physicians, or nurses, who the patient goes to first when they have a problem. This may happen at the doctor's surgery, or sometimes during a home visit. A locum is a doctor who does the job of another doctor who is ill or on holiday. Most medical care, whether it is for an acute condition or a chronic condition, is provided through the primary care system. Secondary care is provided by specialists in special clinics or hospitals. Patients are referred to a specialist by their doctor. These may specialise, for example, in a particular organ or a specific age group. Specialists include, among many others, ophthalmologists, eyes, cardiologists, heart, psychiatrists, the mind, dermatologists, skin, gynecologists, women's reproductive systems, obstetricians, pregnancy and childbirth, paediatricians, children, and anaesthetists, anaesthesia, or stopping people from feeling pain during surgery. There are also healthcare workers who focus on what is sometimes referred to as alternative medicine or complementary medicine, including acupuncturists, chiropractors, homeopathic doctors, and aromatherapists.
B. Health systems.
In Britain, healthcare is paid for through taxes and national insurance payments taken directly from wages and salaries. The government decides how much will be spent on the National Health Service, but a lot of people feel they do not spend enough. Hospital treatment and visits to a family doctor or GP at a surgery or clinic are free, but there is often a prescription charge. Private healthcare is available, and a large number of insurance schemes exist to enable people to go private.
A. Feeling unwell.
Some informal expressions that mean not well, but not seriously ill.
You look a bit off colour today. Are you all right?
I'm just feeling a bit out of sorts. It's nothing to worry about.
I was feeling a bit under the weather, so I stayed at home yesterday.
Katie's been feeling poorly for a while.
I'm fighting off a cold at the moment.
Rani isn't in today. She's gone down with flu.
I'm not going to work today. I've come down with a dreadful cold.
Harry suffers from hay fever and sneezes a lot if he's near grass or flowers. B. Minor health problems.
Note that hurt is different from ache. For example, my arm hurts where I banged it against the car door. My back aches after all that digging yesterday. The fixed expression, the usual aches and pains, is often used to refer in a non-serious way to minor problems. For example, Mum's feeling fine apart from the usual aches and pains. The fixed expression cuts and bruises can refer to minor injuries. For example, Jason had a few cuts and bruises when he fell off his bike, nothing serious. Some other kinds of physical discomfort. My hand's been stinging ever since I touched that plant. My head is throbbing. I have a stiff neck from sitting in a draft yesterday. She tripped on the uneven pavement and twisted her ankle. I feel a bit dizzy. I think I should sit down. She was a bit feverish this morning, so I told her to stay in bed. I feel quite shivery. I feel quite hot and cold. I think I must have a temperature. I've had a lot of sleepless nights recently. I had a terrible nauseous feeling after taking the medicine, but it passed. He was trembling all over. I knew it must be something serious. My nose is all bunged up today with this horrible cold.
C. Getting better.
I had a virus last week, but I got over it quite quickly.
Joe's recovering from a major operation.
Dan felt terrible last week, but he's on the mend now.
It's taking Hania some time to recover from her accident, but she's over the worst now.
She'll be back on her feet again soon.
A. Medical information leaflets.
Read this extract from a leaflet included in a packet of painkillers.
Before taking this medicine, talk to your doctor or pharmacist if you are taking low-dose aspirin up to 75 milligrams daily, suffer from asthma or have a past history of asthma, have a connective tissue disorder, have a history of gastrointestinal disease or suffer from bowel problems, are elderly as it increases the risk of adverse reactions, have heart problems, have had a previous stroke or think you might be at risk of these conditions. Do not exceed the stated dose or duration of treatment. Like all medicines, these tablets may sometimes cause side effects, though not everybody gets them. Stop taking this medicine and seek medical help if you suffer from any of the following: allergic reactions, are sick and it contains blood or dark particles that look like coffee grounds, pass blood in your stools, stiff neck, headache, feeling sick, nausea, being sick, vomiting, fever and disorientation, not knowing where you are.
B. Medical metaphors. Social and other problems are often talked about as if they were illnesses. For example, the current spate of car thefts is a symptom of a deeper underlying problem. This behaviour is symptomatic of his general lack of self-confidence. The causes of a problem can be diagnosed, and the outlook for a situation can also be referred to as the prognosis.
The medical meaning of the key word is given in brackets before the examples below.
Ailing, unwell, sickly. For example, an ailing organisation. The economy has been ailing for some time, but there are hopes of a recovery soon. Rash, a lot of small red spots on the skin. For example, a rash of burglaries. Fever, high temperature. For example, World Cup fever, election fever. At fever pitch, to reach fever pitch. For example, with a week to go before Anne's wedding, preparations had reached fever pitch. Jaundiced, yellow-looking skin because of a liver problem. For example, experts in the history of the area take a rather jaundiced view of the likely success of the peace talks. Scar, mark left on skin after an injury such as a cut. Carry the scars of, or be scarred by. For example, I'm afraid that children will always be scarred by experiencing war at a young age. Infect, pass on an illness. For example, I hope Helen's enthusiasm will infect everyone else.
Pulse means regular beating of heart. For example, as felt on wrist.
For example, that journalist really has his finger on the pulse of public opinion. A healthy heart.
Our arteries circulate blood around the body and are essential to good health. But the blood flow can be impeded by fatty plaque that can clog them. The production of plaque is associated with high levels of cholesterol, and clogged blood vessels can lead to a heart attack or a stroke. Some foods, such as eggs and shellfish, while nutritious, are also cholesterol-rich, but if eaten in moderation, do not significantly raise cholesterol levels or pose a danger. Bad cholesterol is counteracted by fibre in our diet, and a high-fibre diet is often recommended by health experts. Fibre causes less fat to be absorbed by the blood vessels. Fibre-rich foods include fruit, vegetables, lentils, oatmeal, potatoes, and wholemeal bread.
B. Exercise and calories.
One of the most efficient forms of cardiovascular exercise is running or fast walking, which have been proved to have a positive effect in reducing cholesterol levels. This type of exercise lowers your blood pressure and can help diabetics too, by helping their insulin work more effectively. Running or jogging is also a great way to burn calories, and you don't have to be excessively sporty to do it. Based on a calculation of your body weight in relation to the time you devote to an activity, a person who weighs 63 kilos can burn 148 calories by jogging for 20 minutes. The same person doing half an hour of cycling at 25 kilometers per hour could burn more than 330 calories. Exercise can also speed up your metabolism, which helps you to burn calories more quickly. This can help to lower your BMI to a healthy level. If you're intent on losing weight, running, brisk walking and fast cycling are excellent ways of doing so.
C. Sport and fitness metaphors. I scored an own goal when I told my boss it had only taken me a day to write the report. Now she wants me to write several a week.
My boss always seems to be moving the goalposts, which makes it very difficult to know what he wants.
The new EU laws aim to provide a level playing field for all member states.
He's too young to be in the running for such a job.
The two main parties in the election are still neck and neck in the opinion polls.
Politicians often skate around a subject.
The students all sailed through their exams.
A. Industries and industrial practices.
Heavy industry, for example, steelworks, shipbuilding. Light industry, for example, manufacturing car parts, TV sets. Manufacturing industry, making things, for example, consumer goods. Service industry, serving people, for example, tourism, banking. High technology, high tech, informal. Involving computers, for example, software industry. Low technology, low tech, informal. Involving little or no computer technology. Cutting edge technology, involving new and innovative technology. Conventional technology, using standard, proven technology. Privatization, for example, selling off state railways to private companies. Nationalization or state ownership, when industry is owned by the government.
Many big industries are run as public-private partnerships.
The nuclear industry receives a huge subsidy from the government.
The government tries to encourage inward investment. B. Industrial practices.
Most of the factory workers are on piecework. They are only paid for the amount they produce. Many people now work on 0 hours contracts, which means they have no job security. They are employed by a company, but the number of hours they work each week may vary, and some weeks there may be no work for them, so they receive no pay. Child labour is a serious problem in some countries. Child labour, the employment of children to do adult jobs. In many countries, the right to trade union representation has only come after long struggles. Trade union, a union that negotiates wages and conditions for the people it represents. Many cheap electrical goods are produced in sweatshops in poorer countries. Sweatshops, factories where people work very long hours for low wages. Retraining and reskilling are necessary when an economy is modernized. Retraining and reskilling. Training people for new jobs and teaching them new skills.
The big multinationals often close factories as a cost-cutting exercise and relocate and switch production to countries where labour and costs are cheaper.
In many cases, components for cars are imported and then assembled rather than manufactured in the country.
A. Technological advances affecting daily life.
Digital technology. Digital photography, digital video and audio recording. Digital broadcasting. For example, the sound quality of a digital voice recorder is superior to that of an analog one. Wi-Fi. A system for connecting electronic devices to the internet without using wires. For example, the hotel has Wi-Fi in every room. Satellite communications. Satellite navigation, sat-nav systems, mobile phones. For example, she doesn't use a road map now because her new car has GPS, Global Positioning System, built in, so she gave me her old plug-in sat-nav. Biotechnology. Genetic modification of plants. For example, biotechnology companies are experimenting with new disease-resistant crops for farmers. Artificial intelligence, AI. Automatic translation, identification systems. For example, scientists working in AI are hoping to create computers that will be more and more like the human brain. Ergonomics. Design of environments so people can work efficiently and comfortably. For example, this car has ergonomically designed seats. Bluetooth. Connecting electronic devices to each other with no wires. For example, my car has Bluetooth, so I can connect my phone to the speakers.
B. How much of a techie are you? Today, we are all to some degree dependent on technology. How many of these things do you own or use?
A smartphone. A hands-free earpiece and microphone for your mobile. A smart ID card for entering your workplace or college. A laptop computer or notebook. A desktop computer for the home or office. An MP3 player. A games console. A tablet using a touchscreen such as an iPad. An e-reader such as a Kindle. An interactive flat-screen TV. A router to let you connect to the internet from different devices.
A. Technology. Here are some things we are likely to see more of in the future.
Smart buildings or homes. Computer-controlled buildings and homes where things like lighting, heating, security, and so on are completely automatic. The adjective smart can be used for anything that uses computers or information stored in electronic form. For example, a smartphone, smart TV, smart car. Interplanetary travel and space tourism. Travel to planets in outer space, either for exploration or for tourism. Nanotechnology. Science of developing and producing extremely small tools and machines by controlling the arrangement of atoms and molecules. Keyhole surgery. Medical operation in which a very small hole is made in a person's body to reach the organ or tissue inside.
B. The environment and nature.
A doomsday scenario for the environment sees our destiny as a world choked with pollution, where many plants and animals have become extinct.
Many experts foresee a situation where traffic in megacities becomes completely gridlocked.
The population explosion may lead to widespread food and water shortages.
Genetic modification or engineering is already used to change fruit and vegetables so that they grow better. However, many people object to the idea of genetically modified or GM food or crops.
Gene therapy will be used to eradicate some diseases, thanks to our knowledge of the human genome.
Some people envisage a world in which designer babies will be popular.
Cloning of animals, and even human beings, may become common.
C. Society and people.
The breakdown of the traditional family structure has already occurred in some countries. In future, the nuclear family may no longer be the main type of family unit, and more loosely defined relationships will develop. Globalization will increase, affecting how things are produced and sold, what we buy, and how we communicate. The world has become a global village, and we will have more and more contact with other people in it. We may even make contact with extraterrestrial beings. The gulf between rich and poor nations will widen if we do not take drastic measures now to improve the situation.
A. Fossil fuels.
Fossil fuels are sources of energy which were formed underground from plant and animal remains millions of years ago.
Several new oil wells were constructed in the desert last year.
Offshore drilling platforms explore the ocean bed for oil and gas.
Older coal-fired power stations generally cause high levels of pollution.
The coal mines in the north of the country are no longer profitable.
A new gas pipeline was built to bring cheaper energy to the capital city.
B. Renewable energy.
Renewable energy is energy that can be produced again as quickly as it is used.
Onshore wind farms to get new government subsidies.
Solar panels to be installed on all government buildings.
Hydroelectric power station to be closed down.
Biomass not the answer, claims Energy Minister.
Tidal power and wave power may meet future energy needs.
Government to focus on renewables, Minister announces.
3 new nuclear power stations to be built.
Geothermal energy will last 1,000 years, says scientist.
C. Using energy.
What can ordinary citizens do to reduce energy consumption? Some simple things include using fewer power-hungry appliances around the home, monitoring your use of electricity, and consuming less energy by switching off unnecessary lights and entertainment systems that use power while on standby. Is your car a gas guzzler? Think about changing to a more energy-efficient model. Think more about food miles and buy local products so that fuel consumption in the transporting of goods is reduced. We can also reduce our carbon footprint by planning travel more carefully and cutting out unnecessary journeys. Remember, the world's coal, oil and gas deposits are finite. One day they will run out. So think now about what you can do to consume less.
A. Things occupying a lot of space.
Extensive. Edinburgh has extensive traffic-free routes. The building contains extensive educational facilities. Spacious. A spacious garden. The city of Washington is spacious and green. Roomy. A roomy car. The house was roomy. Rambling. A large rambling building. A rambling mansion.
I like Canada because I love wide open spaces.
Little white cottages were scattered across the landscape.
The problem with this university is that the buildings are rather spread out, and it takes a long time to get from one place to another.
Jack's bedroom is large, with ample room for all his things.
B. Insufficient space or things occupying too small a space.
Cramped. Cramped hotel rooms. Living in small, cramped apartments. Pokey. Informal. 2 poky little rooms. A poky little flat. Congested. Tanker traffic on the congested waterway. The congested streets. Compact. A tiny, compact refrigerator. A compact, low, white villa.
C. Other words and expressions.
I saw her at the carnival, but I couldn't get to her because I was hemmed in by the crowds.
The city centre is always bustling with tourists at this time of year.
There isn't enough room to swing a cat in his flat.
We were packed in like sardines on the bus.
The government offices are an absolute labyrinth.
The river marks the boundary of the estate.
We created more space by building an extension at the rear of our property.
In these conversations, Speaker B paraphrases what Speaker A says. Note the verbs in bold.
There were 16 of us in a minibus that seated 10, and it was a long journey.
Yes, we were all crammed into that tiny space for over 5 hours.
There's not much room, is there? Can I sit between you and Mark?
Yes, you can squeeze in between us.
You've invited a lot of people to your party, and it's only a small room.
Yes, it might be a bit of a squash.
Shall I put all those old papers into this rubbish bag?
Yes, just stuff them all in and we'll take it away later.
A. Informal expressions relating to time.
We only meet once in a blue moon.
He's spent all his born days in the village.
I'll be with you in a mo. I'll be with you in a sec. I'll be with you in a tick. I'll be with you in less than no time. I'll be with you in a jiffy.
Clive's been working here for donkey's years. Clive's been working here since the year dot.
We can talk about this till the cows come home, but I'm not going to change my mind.
Are you sure she gave you the book for keeps? Are you sure she gave you the book for good?
She turned up just in the nick of time. She very nearly missed the train.
He was a famous athlete, but now he's over the hill. He was a famous athlete, but now he's past it.
She was a child film star, but was already a has-been by the age of 20.
Sue did her homework in a flash. Sue did her homework at a rate of knots.
B. Adjectives relating to the passing of time.
Fleeting, brief or quick. Common collocations: glimpse, visit, smile, moment, appearance. Lengthy. Continuing for a long time. Common collocations: process, investigation, discussions, negotiations, delays. Transient. Lasting for only a short time. Common collocations: effect, population, feeling, pleasure. Persistent. Lasting for a long time or hard to stop or get rid of. Common collocations: cough, problems, rumour, smell, accusations, critic, offender, failure, gossip. Inexorable. Continuing without hope of being stopped. Common collocations: rise, slide, decline, pressure, advance of time. Incipient. Just beginning. Common collocations: panic, rage, rebellion, stages, wrinkles, dementia. Protracted. Lasting for a long time or made to last longer. Common collocations: negotiations, discussions, argument. Lingering, taking a long time to leave or disappear. Common collocations: perfume, kiss, smile.
C. Other useful time words.
Terrorists carried out simultaneous attacks on 3 places in the capital.
Schools were closed for the duration of the President's visit.
We shouldn't prolong the meeting. We've already discussed the matter for an hour.
I'm sorry, I can't change the date at such short notice.
The teacher repeatedly warned the student that she would fail her exam.
A. Verbs of movement.
Limp. Uneven. Reason. One leg hurts. Hop. On one foot, quickly. Reason. Not using one foot. Stagger. Unsteady. Reason. Drunk. Ill. Stumble. Nearly falling. Reason. Uneven surface. Lurch. Sudden or irregular. Reason. Drunk. Ill. Walking on moving ship, etc. Tiptoe. Quiet and on toes. Reason. Not to be heard. Amble. Easy. Gentle. Reason. Pleasure or relaxation. No special aim. Stride. Long steps. Reason. Purposeful. Strut. Proud. Chest held out. Reason. To look important. Tramp. Firm, heavy steps. Reason. Walking for a long time. Trample. Pressing repeatedly with feet. Reason. Often wishing to destroy. Stamp. Pushing foot down heavily. Reason. Anger or just heavy-footed. Trudge. Heavy, slow, with difficulty. Reason. Tired. Chase. Quickly. Reason. Wanting to catch something or someone.
B. Metaphorical examples of motion.
The maths lesson limped to a conclusion, and everyone thankfully left the room.
Let's hop off the bus at the next stop.
Miguel's business staggered on for a few years and then finally collapsed.
Lisa did staggeringly well in her exams.
The government has lurched from one economic crisis to the next.
Maria takes everything that life throws at her in her stride.
Parents and teachers should try not to trample on children's dreams.
If the Campbells don't pay their bill this week, you'll have to chase them.
After several stumbling attempts at writing, Theo finally had a poem published.
C. People and water move in similar ways.
Crowds of tourists flowed across the square all day long.
As soon as the school doors opened, children spilled out into the playground.
People streamed into the lecture hall, and soon there was standing room only.
People have been pouring into the exhibition all day.
A trickle of people appeared outside, and by midday a crowd had gathered.
We meandered round the town, window shopping to our heart's content.
Refugees have been flooding across the border since the start of the war.
D. Taking steps. When you walk, you take footsteps or steps. Here are some adjectives often used with taking a step or steps in a metaphorical context.
Backward. Big. Critical. Decisive. First. Giant. Major. Significant. Unprecedented.
A. Manners. Courtesy is still important nowadays.
The teacher said her students were always very courteous.
She addressed the customer in a very discourteous manner.
I hope I didn't appear offhand with her. It's just that I was in such a hurry.
The boy had an insolent expression on his face which irritated me.
What's the etiquette at a traditional Chinese wedding? Do you know? I've had an invitation to one.
Here, have a seat. Relax. There's no need to stand on ceremony.
My elderly uncle and aunt are both rather straight-laced.
Asking for more food at a formal dinner party is just not the done thing.
When taking part in online discussions, always follow netiquette and keep your comments brief.
B. Body language and non-verbal language.
Research shows that we communicate more through body language and non-verbal noises than we are aware. Here are some examples of how we indicate emotion through our non-verbal behaviour. Raise your eyebrows. Indicates surprise or shock. Either a person or behaviour can raise eyebrows. Twitch. Indicates nervousness. Repeated small movements with part of the body. Flinch. Indicates pain or fear. Sudden small movement. Squirm. Indicates embarrassment or nervousness. Move from side to side in an awkward way. Smirk. Indicates self-satisfaction. Smile. Negative associations. Beam. Indicates happiness. Broad smile. Positive associations. Sniff at something. Indicates disapproval. Breathe air in through your nose in a way that makes a noise. Snort. Indicates disgust or great amusement. Make an explosive sound by forcing air quickly up or down your nose. Titter. Indicates nervousness or embarrassment. Small laugh.
A. Adjectives indicating lack of sound and their collocations.
Silent, without noise or not talking. Used for people and things that are perhaps unexpectedly or surprisingly quiet. For example, they asked him several questions, but he remained silent. The house was completely silent. Silent films or movies. Quiet. Without much noise or activity, or not talking much. For example, it's very quiet here at night. I had a quiet day at work. My dad was a quiet man. Noiseless. Without noise, usually used as an adverb in formal or literary style. For example, he closed the door noiselessly behind him. Soundless. Without sound. Usually used as an adverb in formal or literary style to indicate an unexpected lack of sound. For example, the object vanished soundlessly into the night sky. Was it an alien spacecraft?
B. Verbs for describing specific noises. The door slammed in the strong wind.
My bike wheel is squeaking. I need to get some oil.
We could hear our neighbour's favourite rock music pounding through the walls.
The old wooden door creaked as I opened it.
The sausages sizzled in the frying pan and smelt delicious.
A shot rang out and the bird fell from the sky.
From our cottage we could hear the waves crashing on the beach below.
He always hoots his horn to let us know he's arrived. He always toots his horn to let us know he's arrived.
I could hear police car sirens wailing all last night.
She hammered at the door, but nobody answered.
C. Some adjectives for noise and silence. There was an eerie silence in the old church.
The noise of the aircraft engines was deafening.
He has one of those grating voices that gets on my nerves.
She let out a piercing scream and fled as fast as she could.
Zara has a very high-pitched voice. It can be a bit irritating at times.
The recording was very faint, almost inaudible.
D. Some fixed expressions connected with noise and silence. Everyone was so shocked and silent, you could have heard a pin drop.
Hey, you kids! Be quiet! I can't hear myself think.
I need peace and quiet after a busy day at work.
You're as quiet as a mouse. I didn't hear you come in at all.
A. Synonyms for heavy.
There are a number of adjectives similar in meaning to heavy. Note their typical contexts. Weighty. Abstract and physical things. Usually includes the idea of seriousness. For example, a weighty tome. Discuss weighty issues. Unwieldy. Abstract and physical things. Usually includes the idea of difficult to handle. For example, unwieldy system or bureaucracy. An unwieldy object, e.g., a big box. Cumbersome. Often used for machines and equipment that are difficult to handle. Also used for systems, structures, etc. For example, a cumbersome weapon, a cumbersome process. Burdensome. Usually used of abstract things. For example, a burdensome duty. Ponderous. Slow and clumsy because of weight, but usually used for dull and excessively serious abstract things. For example, a ponderous style, e.g., way of writing or speaking. A ponderous thesis. Lumbering. Usually used of physical things, often suggesting heavy movement. For example, a lumbering truck, a lumbering bear.
B. Phrasal verbs with weigh. I hate being weighed down with heavy suitcases when I travel.
She looked tired and weighed down with problems.
We'll have to weigh up the alternatives before deciding.
She weighed out a kilo of nuts and put them in a bag.
I have to confess something to you. It's been weighing on me for ages.
The discussion was getting heated, and then Kate weighed in with some uncomfortable financial arguments.
C. Making things more or less dense. You can put some flour in to thicken the soup, but you should sift it first, or it will go lumpy.
The soup has been in the fridge so long it's all congealed.
This curry powder is years old. It has completely solidified in the packet.
Do you have some white spirit? I need to thin this paint.
As the rush hour ended, the traffic began to thin out.
The hairdresser thinned my hair out and it feels much lighter now.
This fruit juice is very strong. Let's dilute it a bit. Let's water it down a bit.
D. Adjectives connected with density.
Many of the words above can be used both literally and metaphorically. More examples are impenetrable, impossible to move through. Literal use, an impenetrable jungle or forest. Metaphorical use, impenetrable jargon. Impervious to, liquid cannot pass through. Literal use, an impervious material. For example, glass. Metaphorical use, a person who is impervious to criticism.
A. Words and expressions for specific colours.
Pitch black, intensely black, used about darkness, night, and so on. Jet black, Intensely black, used about hair, eyes, and so on. Scarlet, very bright red. Crimson, strong, deep red. Shocking pink, an extremely bright pink. Ginger, orangey red, used about hair and animal fur. Navy, dark blue, used about clothes, not eyes. Turquoise, greenish blue, used about fabrics, paint, sea, and so on, but not usually eyes. Lime, a bright yellowish green. Beige, a light creamy brown. Mousy, a light not very interesting brown, used only about hair. Chestnut, a deep reddish brown, used about hair and horses. Auburn, a red-brown colour, usually used about hair. A number of words for gemstones are also used as colour adjectives. For example, ruby, emerald, amber, coral, sapphire, jade.
B. Words for talking about colour. Red, blue and yellow are primary colours. By mixing them together you can make other colours. Pastel colours are pale shades of colour. Pink, mauve and pale yellow, for example. Strong colours are the opposite of pastels. Harsh colours are colours that are unpleasantly strong. Vivid colours are strong, bright colours, like scarlet or turquoise. Fluorescent colours are very bright colours which seem to glow in the dark. Electric blues or greens are extremely bright blues or greens. If white has a tinge of green, there is a very slight shade of green in it. If something is monochrome, it uses only one, or shades of one, colour. For example, black, white, and grey. The suffixes y and ish show that a colour is partly present. For example, bluey green, reddish brown. C. Colour metaphors.
Blue. Depression. To feel blue. Physical or unskilled. Blue-collar workers. Red. Anger. To see red, to be very angry. Danger. Red alert, a red flag. Special importance. For example, all the competitors were given the red carpet treatment. The day we met will always be a red-letter day for me. Communist or very left-wing in politics. For example, people's views sometimes become less red as they get older. Green. Nausea. To look green. For example, people who are seasick often turn or go green and sometimes vomit. Envy. For example, she turned green with envy when she saw her friend's new car. Care for the environment. For example, green tourism. The Green Party. Black. Depressing or without hope. A black future. Anger. To look as black as thunder. Illegality or incorrectness. Black market, black sheep of the family, black mark. For example, during the war, people bought many goods illegally on the black market. If I don't finish this report in time, that'll be another black mark against my name. My brother was the black sheep of the family, leaving school and home at the earliest opportunity. Grey. Lack of clarity. A grey area. Brains. Grey matter. Grey cells. White. Purity. White as snow, whiter than white. Being pale, for example, she was so shocked that she went white as a sheet. A white-knuckle ride at an amusement park such as Disneyland. Office workers. white-collar workers.
A. Going fast. These verbs suggest going somewhere very quickly on foot or in a vehicle. Dash, fly, race, tear. I dashed into the classroom to pick up my books.
She came flying out of her house.
I raced to the station and just made it in time for the last train. I tore to the station and just made it in time for the last train.
The verbs nip and pop suggest going a short distance quickly, on foot or in a vehicle.
I nipped into a nearby shop to buy a bottle of water. I popped into a nearby shop to buy a bottle of water.
The verb dart suggests a quick, sudden movement, often by an animal. A dragonfly darted past.
I darted behind the door to hide.
The verbs zip and whiz are often used about vehicles going quickly.
The bus whizzed past me just as I got to the bus stop. The bus zipped past me just as I got to the bus stop.
The verb bolt also suggests fast movement over a short distance, but it also has the added association of running away from something.
The thieves bolted when the alarm went off.
The verb career suggests that something is moving rapidly and is out of control. The car skidded and careered down a bank.
The company seems to be careering into financial ruin.
The verbs scamper, scurry, scuttle suggest small rapid steps, often used to describe the way a small animal runs.
As we went into the dark shed, we saw mice scampering away and spiders scurrying into corners.
Cockroaches scuttled into a crack in the floor.
These verbs emphasize the fact that speed is increasing. Speed up, accelerate. Accelerate is used only about transport, whereas speed up can also refer to movement on foot. Both verbs can be used figuratively. We'd better speed up if we're going to get there on time.
The growth of the company has accelerated since it started exporting.
B. Going up or down fast. These verbs suggest a downward movement as well as speed. Plunge, plummet. He put on a life jacket and plunged into the icy water. Notice that they are mainly used metaphorically.
When export sales began to decline, our hopes of business success plummeted.
After the death of his father, he was plunged into despair.
These verbs suggest a fast upward movement. Rocket, soar. Notice that they are mainly used metaphorically and have strong associations with financial matters such as prices and share values.
When our export sales rocketed, our hopes soared.
The primary association of soar is with birds, and when it is used about people's feelings, it provides associations of happiness and being carefree. My heart soared when I heard that he was coming home. The opposite of soar and rocket in a financial context would be slump or tumble. Both suggest a rapid downward movement.
Share prices slumped on the stock market yesterday, with telecommunications companies tumbling most dramatically of all. Share prices plummeted on the stock market yesterday, with telecommunications companies tumbling most dramatically of all.
C. Going slowly. These intransitive verbs emphasize that the movement is slow. Crawl, creep. They are often used metaphorically.
Prices have been creeping up since May.
It was rush hour and the traffic was crawling along. Totter also suggests a fairly slow movement, but it is one that is particularly unsteady as well.
Mina tottered down the road laden with parcels and bags.
Sidle means to walk anxiously and nervously.
Sam sidled up to the boss's desk and coughed to attract his attention.
Dawdle means to move more slowly than is necessary or to waste time.
Don't dawdle on the way home.
A. Cause verbs and their collocations. The differences between these verbs are best learned by observing their typical collocations.
Cause. Cause usually collocates with negative results and situations. For example, the new computer system has caused us a lot of problems. His stomach cancer was caused by exposure to radiation. Collocations. Sadness or unhappiness. A lot of, trouble or problems. An illness, for example, pneumonia. A disaster or an accident. Produce. Produce is more neutral and deals with more concrete results. It is used in formal contexts. For example, scientists can produce statistics and figures that can prove almost anything. Cooking the dish for a long time at a very low heat produces the best results. Collocations. A report. Statistics or figures. Good results or evidence. Give. While cause usually collocates with negative situations, give can be used for positive or negative ones. Give is less formal than cause. For example, our dog has given us a lot of pleasure over the years. This car is giving me so much trouble, I'm going to get rid of it. Collocations. A lot of. Pleasure or happiness. A reason or motivation for something. A lot of trouble. Good results. Generate. Generate is often used in contexts where people are forced to do more than usual, and in computer contexts. It sometimes has a rather negative feel. It is used in formal contexts. For example, it's going to be difficult to generate sufficient interest in the project. The government will have to generate the extra funds somehow or other. Collocations. Revenue or income or money. Complaints or extra work or controversy. Graphics or documents. Interest or enthusiasm or publicity.
B. Other cause words.
The news provoked a feeling of despair in everyone.
The events precipitated a political crisis. The events sparked a political crisis.
The invention of the car brought about great changes in society.
Your action has resulted in a formal complaint from a member of the public.
His problems stem from his difficult childhood.
Have you any grounds for suspecting him?
The proposal has implications for traffic in the area.
My argument is based on the available data.
A. Talking about similarity.
I often feel there is a cultural affinity between London and New York. I felt an affinity with the writer as I read this novel.
Closeness, similarity, feeling that different things or people have much in common.
Her singing is more akin to that of Rihanna than Adele.
Similar in spirit or feel.
To use a sporting analogy, middle age is like half-time at a football match.
See similarities that help us understand something.
The picture this news article paints does not correspond to the truth.
Is not equal to or does not match.
It's a mistake to equate the price of something with its true value.
Consider as the same.
She knew that to apologise would be tantamount to admitting she had failed.
The equivalent of. Normally used in negative contexts.
The goals of the two sides in the war have become almost interchangeable.
So similar that they could be exchanged one for the other.
Mrs. Burton's house was indistinguishable from all the others in the street.
So similar you cannot see the difference.
B. Talking about difference. Adjectives beginning with DI.
The diverse ethnic groups living in Malaysia give the country its cultural richness.
Used to show a group is made up of different types of something.
The disparate regions of Spain all have unique customs and cultures.
Used for different types within a group, but emphasizes separation and difference.
This house is not dissimilar to the one I was born in.
Very often used with not.
They have widely divergent opinions.
Often used to show contrasting opinions or ideas within a group.
The Swedish and Norwegian languages are quite distinct from one another, even though they look similar when written.
Used to describe differences where one might be deceived by similarities.
It's easy to find our car in a car park because of its distinctive colour.
Used to describe something that is easy to recognize because it is different.
There are several discrete categories of verbs in English.
Different and separate, not overlapping. Note the verbs associated with some of the adjectives above. To differentiate, to diversify, to diverge, to distinguish. A. Nouns relating to difficulties.
Fairly small difficulties. A snag, a hitch, a glitch. Glitch usually refers to a technical problem of some kind. The other two words are more general. More important difficulties. A setback means that progress has been stopped by something. A stumbling block is something that prevents action or agreement. A pitfall is an unexpected difficulty, often used in the plural. An obstacle is anything that stops progress, either literally or metaphorically. An impediment is something that prevents free action, progress, or movement. A dilemma is a situation where a difficult choice has to be made between two, sometimes unpleasant alternatives. An ordeal is a severe experience, which is very difficult, painful, or tiring.
B. Adjectives relating to difficulty.
Problematic. Full of problems or difficulties. Collocations, relationship, situation, concept. Abstruse. Difficult to understand. Collocations, theory, argument, philosopher. Arduous. Difficult, tiring, needing much effort. Collocations, climb, task, journey. Complex. Difficult to understand as it has many parts. Collocations, issue, problem, theory, process. Convoluted. Unreasonably long and hard to follow. Collocations, explanation, sentences, theory. Grueling. Extremely tiring and difficult. Collocations, journey, work, match, expedition. Insufferable. Difficult to bear as it is annoying or uncomfortable. Collocations, behaviour, heat, boredom, pain, person. Obstructive. Causing deliberate difficulties. Collocations. Person, measure, behaviour. Tough. Difficult to deal with or do. Collocations. Time, job, climate, decision. Traumatic. Shocking and upsetting. Collocations. Experience, past, childhood. Wayward. Changeable, selfish and or hard to control. Collocations. Behaviour. Child. Person.
C. Informal expressions relating to difficulties.
Oh dear, more homework. What a pain. Oh dear, more homework. What a drag.
The software is good for editing still images, but editing video is a real chore.
What's eating him? What's got into him? What's bugging him? What's up with him?
I can't face the hassle of moving house again.
My daughter keeps hassling me for a new bike.
Having to listen to him singing is sheer torture.
To slog your guts out. To grind. To graft. To flog yourself to death.
In a fix. In a spot. In a hole. Up against it. Up to your neck.
The company's in a sticky situation now the workers are going to strike. The company's in a tricky situation now the workers are going to strike.
I think I'm off the hook now. I think I'm in the clear now. I think I'm out of the woods now.
The downside of living here is the traffic thundering by.
A. Expressions based on modal verbs.
I must admit that I didn't enjoy the film. I must confess that I didn't enjoy the film. I must say that I didn't enjoy the film.
You want me to lend you £1,000? You must be joking.
You must have been frightened when you heard the news. You must have been worried when you heard the news. You must have been nervous when you heard the news. You must have been delighted when you heard the news. You must have been overjoyed when you heard the news.
Don't look so miserable. It may well never happen. Don't look so miserable. It might well never happen.
What, may I ask, was the point of throwing your pen on the floor like that? What, might I ask, was the point of throwing your pen on the floor like that?
I was just strolling through the park when who should I see but my boss? I was just strolling through the park when who should I meet but my boss? I was just strolling through the park when who should I bump into but my boss?
Don't worry about spilling the wine. Accidents will happen.
The car won't start. What can I do?
That'll be Sean making that noise. He always plays his music very loudly. Why are you so gloomy? The interview didn't go badly. You might well be offered the job, you never know.
I should be so lucky. All the other candidates were better qualified.
B. Ways of expressing probability.
The odds are he'll get the job.
The odds are against her passing the exam.
They are bound to get married in the end.
She's unquestionably the best student in the class.
It was apparent that the negotiations were going badly.
She'll be here by 5 o'clock for sure.
In all probability, we'll get the job finished on time.
If you are not highly disciplined when you go on a diet, the chances are you won't succeed.
There's every likelihood that the price of petrol will rise soon.
C. Ways of expressing obligation and lack of obligation.
It is essential that you should take strong footwear with you.
Wearing a safety helmet is obligatory in this area.
The road was blocked. We had no option but to turn back.
We have an obligation to preserve the school's good name.
Some courses are optional, but maths and English are compulsory.
D. Ways of expressing a desire to do something.
I am determined to do whatever I can to help. I am anxious to do whatever I can to help. I am eager to do whatever I can to help. I am keen to do whatever I can to help. I am resolved to do whatever I can to help.
He wishes to return home. He desires to return home. He yearns to return home. He longs to return home.
She has ambitions to become Prime Minister. She has aspirations to become Prime Minister.
A. Changes in numbers and quantities.
During the 5 years 2010 to 2015, Internet use across the world was estimated to have increased twofold, while in China it quadrupled. In the developing world, Internet use grew by a factor of 3.
The drastic changes in interest rates resulted in a threefold increase in the number of people unable to keep up their mortgage repayments.
The estimated number of stars in the Milky Way has been revised upwards in light of recent discoveries.
The weather patterns have deviated from the norm in recent years.
Sales fluctuate from month to month.
Interest rates have seesawed all year.
Share prices have been erratic this last month.
B. More expressions for describing statistics and numbers.
When the different amounts were added up, the aggregate was £600,000.
I've aggregated all the figures.
The finance minister said the July rise in inflation was only a blip.
There seems to be a correlation between mathematical and musical ability.
The percentage of GDP expenditure which goes on education varies considerably from country to country.
There's a discrepancy between our figures and yours.
The ratio of men to women in the engineering faculty was 3-1.
The company's figures were found to be flawed, and the accountant was fired.
She suffered multiple injuries in the accident.
Our data are inconsistent with yours.
C. Assessing quantity.
Let me give you a ballpark figure of how much money we expect to make this year. If I tot everything up, we begin to run into 6 figures. There are a lot of variables, and our projected figures may not be all that accurate. So I've erred on the side of caution, and I've rounded things down rather than up in order to give you a conservative estimate.
A. Permitting and agreeing that something may happen. Verbs. All these verbs are formal and many are typically found in newspapers.
Accede, accept, but often associated with initial unwillingness. For example, the factory owner acceded to the workers' demands. Acquiesce, permit something to happen, but often associated with a degree of secrecy or conspiracy. For example, the foreign minister acquiesced in the plan to restrict imports from certain countries. Assent, agree to something, often associated with plans, proposals, ideas, and so on. For example, the shareholders assented to the takeover. Authorize, give official permission. For example, only authorized people are allowed entry. Condone, approve or allow something which most people consider to be wrong. For example, the judge condoned the use of reasonable force by police officers. Countenance, consider giving assent or permission, often used in negative contexts. For example, No government would ever countenance abolishing taxes altogether. Endorse. Give official approval to something. For example, the Cabinet has endorsed a proposal to change the way universities are funded.
B. Permitting. Phrasal expressions.
The committee have been given carte blanche to investigate the problem and come up with a solution.
The city has given the go-ahead for the new car park. The city has given the green light to the new car park.
C. Prohibiting and disapproving. Verbs.
Bar, officially exclude, forbid someone access to something. For example, 3 students were barred from using the library because they had damaged books. Clamp down. Use your full power to prevent or limit something. For example, the government has decided to clamp down on illegal immigration. Outlaw. Make something illegal. For example, Parliament has passed a bill outlawing smoking while driving. Veto. Use your official power to forbid. For example, the President has vetoed the plan to open membership of the club to the public.
A. Expressions connected with complaining. It is important to use these expressions in appropriate situations. Some examples are given here. The expressions in each group go more or less from weaker to stronger, but much depends on who you are speaking to and what the situation is. More common in informal situations. You've got to do something about that window of yours. It rattles in the wind and keeps me awake.
For goodness sake, I'm fed up with all your moaning and grumbling. Cheer up. For goodness sake, I'm sick of all your moaning and grumbling. Cheer up.
Look here. I've just about had enough of your stupid comments.
Look, this is just not on. You promised to be here by 2 o'clock and it's almost 3.
Enough is enough. Please, no more arguments. Be nice to each other. More neutral in tone. I'm not at all satisfied with the service I've received.
Something will have to be done about that pile of rubbish. It can't be left in front of the house.
I wish you would turn your radio down. I wish you wouldn't play your music so loudly.
You never help around the house. It just won't do. You're going to have to change your ways.
More common informal situations, typically in connection with bad service or behaviour. I wish to complain about the delay in delivering my order.
The carpet in my room is stained and dirty. This is most unsatisfactory.
I take great exception to your unfair comments about our committee.
I really must object to being made to wait so long before seeing the manager.
The water pipe you have repaired 3 times in our kitchen is leaking again. This is simply unacceptable.
Your bus driver left the children by the roadside in pouring rain with no adult in attendance. This is shameful.
B. Verbs and nouns relating to complaining and protesting.
Complain about. Express dissatisfaction or annoyance. Noun. Complaint. Protest about. Strongly express complaint, disapproval or disagreement. Noun. Protest. Object to. Be against something or someone. Noun. Objection. Remonstrate with somebody or remonstrate about something. Complain to someone or complain about something. Noun. Remonstrance. Very formal and not common. Find fault with. Criticise or complain about even small mistakes. Noun. Fault-finding. Grumble about. Complain in a quiet but angry way. Noun. Grumble. Gripe about. To complain continuously. Noun. Gripe. Grouse about. To complain. Usually often. Noun. Grouse. whinge about. Complain persistently. Noun, whinge, whinging.
A. Apologies and excuses. Collocations.
Collocation. Sincere, heartfelt. Noun, apology. Collocation. Good, perfect, lame, flimsy, weak, convincing, detailed, phony. Noun, excuse, explanation. Collocation. Cast iron, convincing, perfect, phony. Noun, alibi. Collocation. Flimsy, false. Noun, pretext. He offered his most heartfelt apology for having offended everyone.
It was a rather lame excuse, and nobody had really believed it.
The police were convinced the suspect's explanation was phony, but could not prove it.
The police questioned her about the murder, but she had a cast-iron alibi. She had spent the whole day teaching at the local primary school.
He got an interview with her on the rather flimsy pretext of being interested in her research.
B. Regretfulness in legal contexts.
Crime Watch.
When he was pronounced guilty of fraud, Jack Moseley showed no remorse whatsoever. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. All 3 of his companions who were on trial with him were acquitted of the crime and walked out of the courtroom free. Moseley later repented whilst in prison, and his sentence was reduced by 1 year. The President issued a posthumous pardon to the man who, it seems, had been wrongly accused of treason.
The Committee of Inquiry exonerated the minister from all responsibility for the disaster.
The condemned man received a last-minute reprieve the day before he was due to be executed.
It is hard for the victims of crime to forgive and forget. C. Peace and reconciliation. Treaty. Written agreement between 2 or more countries. For example, the 2 nations signed a peace treaty in 2014. Armistice. Agreement to stop war while peace discussions take place. For example, the generals from the opposing armies declared an armistice. The generals from the opposing armies signed an armistice. Truce. Agreement between 2 enemies to stop fighting for a period of time. For example, the 2 fighting politicians called a truce, agreeing to put their differences behind them for the good of the country. Accord. Official agreement, especially between countries. For example, there are fears that the current period of accord between the 2 sides in the civil war is at risk of collapsing. Ceasefire. Agreement to stop fighting in order to allow discussions about peace. For example, both sides have agreed to a ceasefire while talks are underway. A. Collocations with compliment and praise. The boss would get better results if she paid her staff compliments occasionally.
He asked us what we thought of his suit, but he was really only fishing for compliments.
Take it as a compliment that he feels relaxed enough to fall asleep at your dinner party.
A backhanded compliment and a double-edged compliment are ones that appear to be both positive and negative. Backhanded compliments tend to have a malicious intent, whereas double-edged ones are usually made innocently.
I took it as a backhanded compliment when he said I was looking good for my age.
She paid me the double-edged compliment of saying my driving was pretty good for a beginner. The phrase give praise to is usually used only, though not exclusively, for a god. An action or person that deserves praise is praiseworthy, and people are praised for their actions. Other common collocations are widely or highly praised, praise to the skies, to sing someone's or something's praises, to shower or heap praise on someone or something. To damn someone with faint praise is to praise with such a lack of enthusiasm that you give the impression of actually having rather negative feelings. B. Other expressions relating to praising.
Pay tribute to. Praise. For example, at the memorial service, I paid tribute to his kindness. Give someone a standing ovation. Stand up and clap loudly for a long time. For example, at the end of the concert, the audience gave the young pianist a standing ovation. Extol the virtues or benefits of. Praise highly. For example, at the conference, the Prime Minister extolled the virtues of the new trade treaty. Be the toast of. Be admired for some recent achievement, often used about artists and celebrities. For example, a few months ago, hardly anyone had heard of her, but now she's the toast of Hollywood. Pat someone on the back, or give someone a pat on the back. Praise, often children, used mostly metaphorically. For example, my teacher patted me on the back for my good marks in the maths test. My teacher gave me a pat on the back for my good marks in the maths test. Earn or win plaudits. Get positive comments. For example, the exhibition earned plaudits from all the major reviewers. Laud. Adjective laudable, of behaviour, and laudatory, of comments or remarks. Praise highly in official situations. For example, the Prime Minister has lauded the new peace initiative. These mostly informal expressions imply praising someone for your own benefit. To flatter, to make up to crawl, to suck up to lick someone's boots. Someone who behaves like this can be called smarmy, slimy, or a crawler, all informal. A flatterer, neutral, or servile, obsequious, more formal. Flatter can also be used more positively. That dress flatters her figure. The noun flattery is often used in the phrase, flattery will get you nowhere.
A. Promises.
If you promise someone the earth or the moon, you promise them a great deal. It is usually implied that such a promise is unrealistic. For example, the afternoon promises to be interesting. To anticipate something is to expect it before it happens. Promise can also be used to indicate positive future development. For example, the child already shows great promise as a violinist.
She's a promising artist, although her style is still rather immature.
An oath, or to swear, is a formal promise. In court, witnesses are put on or under oath when they have to swear to tell the truth. Notice how swear is often used in informal spoken English in expressions.
I could have sworn I left my purse on the table.
I think she lives on Rose Street, but I couldn't swear to it.
My mother swears by these vitamin pills.
Tom often uses swear words. Tom often uses bad language.
To pledge, a pledge, means to promise something, often friendship or money.
Mayor Williams has pledged millions of dollars to improve the city centre.
To vow, a vow, is to make a determined decision or promise to do something.
He vowed to discover who had killed his father.
At a marriage ceremony, the couple exchange vows. Both vow and pledge are found more in written than spoken English. New Year's resolutions are special promises to turn over a new leaf at the beginning of a new year. Resolutions and vows, like promises or pledges, can be made, kept, or broken. If you go back on your word, you break a promise.
B. Bets. To bet, a bet is to risk something, usually money, on the unknown result of something, in the hope of winning more money. People spend and lose a lot of money betting on horse racing or football matches, for example. Putting money on the results of a game of some kind is called gambling. The amount of money that you risk is your stake. You can stake a sum of money on something happening. If something is at stake, then it is at risk.
Many lives will be at stake if the flood barrier is not built.
A more formal word for bet is wager.
She put a wager of £10 on a horse.
Both words can be used in a non-literal sense.
I'd wager that he will come to a bad end.
There are a number of informal expressions connected with betting. Your best bet would be to look for a part-time job.
You think Stuart will win? Don't bet on it.
My granny enjoys having a flutter on the horses.
I'd put good money on James getting the job. I'd bet my life on James getting the job.
Do you feel like coming to the beach with us?
You bet.
You can also hedge your bets by investing in several companies.
The odds are the statistical or betting chances of something happening.
What are the odds of Olivia finishing her course, do you think?
The odds are against her getting that promotion. A. Looking back. Sharing memories.
It's great to see you again. Gosh, it's 10 years since we were at school together. Any idea what the school is like these days?
No, I've been a bit out of touch with things ever since I moved away from London.
I wonder what became of that maths teacher. I think his name, if I recall, was Mr. Sanderson. When I think back, I realise now how difficult things must have been for him having to teach the likes of us. And do you ever hear anything of James?
No, I haven't heard a thing.
And I often wonder what Sanjay ended up doing. I've lost touch with him too. Thinking back, we had some great times, didn't we?
Yeah. Seeing your phone there reminds me of how we used to text under our desks right under the teacher's nose.
Yeah, that takes me back to the day my phone rang when a school inspector was observing our class and I got into big trouble.
Yes, I have a vague memory of that. Actually, it's all coming back to me now. They confiscated your phone and you stormed out of the classroom.
Yeah. But I must say that what stands out in my mind is the amazing freedom we used to have.
Me too. When I look back, I realise how much things have changed.
Yes. I often find myself reminiscing about my teenage years and wonder if our children will have the same happy memories when they grow up.
Yes, we all tend to look at the past through rose-tinted spectacles, don't we? But I guess a bit of nostalgia does nobody any harm.
B. Expressing regret.
I regret not spending more time with my aunt when she was ill.
He showed no sign of remorse for what he had done.
She said she felt great shame for what had happened and apologised to us all.
I felt great pangs of guilt and remorse thinking of all the bad things that had happened and my part in them.
Some formal, rather literary ways of expressing regret.
I rue the day we ever met.
I lament the passing of time.
I mourn my lost opportunities.
A. Agreement. Sharing views.
Her complaints tally with the comments we have received from other people.
Match or agree with.
His opinion concurs with the general opinion of the experts on this matter.
Share or agree with an idea or opinion.
The President found herself in full accord with the opposition.
Be in complete agreement with.
Your views coincide with mine on the question of crime and punishment.
Be the same as.
His behaviour doesn't conform to the school's expectations.
Fit in with.
My parents approve of my choice of profession and support me fully.
Think something is right or good. The noun from approve is approval. An action can meet with someone's approval. Note the expression to agree to differ, which is used when people continue to hold different opinions, but see no point in continuing to argue about them.
We couldn't reach a consensus at the meeting, so we just agreed to differ.
B. Political and social disagreement.
There is dissent in the party on the issue.
Opposition to the accepted way of thinking.
The general discord between the committee members had a negative impact on the club.
Lack of agreement or harmony. Suggests arguments and rows.
The growing rift in the Democratic Party over defence policy is now public.
Disagreement. With different groups or factions forming.
A major split in the Labour Party resulted in several ministers taking the decision to form a new party of their own.
When a larger group breaks up into two or more smaller groups because they disagree about something.
There is major division in the Socialist Party over economic policy. There is a major division in the Socialist Party over economic policy.
Similar to split, but more abstract and formal. Can be countable or uncountable.
Government plans to build a new airport in this area are bound to cause controversy.
A lot of disagreement about a subject, usually because it affects a lot of people. C. Compromise.
The two sides have reached a compromise over the plan to build a new road across a nature reserve.
The minister was not prepared to compromise on the issue of raising university fees.
The government made several concessions to the protesters.
The management and the union reached a settlement and the strike ended.
In this particular case, we should exercise some discretion and not say anything that would cause more conflict.
A. Presenting arguments and commenting on others' work.
If you advocate something, you argue in favour of it. For example, he advocated capital punishment. If you deduce something, you reach a conclusion by thinking carefully about the known facts. For example, look at these sentences and see if you can deduce how the imperfect tense is used. If you infer something, you reach a conclusion indirectly. For example, from contemporary accounts of his research, we can infer that results were slower to come than he had anticipated. If someone's work complements someone else's, it combines well with it so that each piece of work becomes more effective. For example, Ellswick's 2016 research complements that of Johnson, 2012. If someone's work overlaps with someone else's work, it partially covers the same material. You might call someone's work empirical, ambiguous, coherent, comprehensive, authoritative.
B. Talking about figures and processes.
If figures are referred to as arbitrary, they are based on chance or personal choice rather than a system or data that supports them. Figures that deviate from the norm are different from what is typical. If statistics distort the picture, they give a false impression. If you refer to the incidence of something, for example, a disease, you are talking about how often it occurs. If something, for example, the incidence of brown eyes, is predominant, it is the largest in number. If things, for example, stages in a process, happen in sequence, they happen in a particular order. If you want to say that something happens in many places or with many people, you can say that it is widespread. For example, widespread outbreaks of an illness, widespread alarm.
C. Words typically used in academic contexts. Verbs.
Academic, append. Every day, add at the end. Academic, conceive. Every day, think up. Academic, contradict. Every day, go against. Academic, demonstrate or indicate. Every day, show. Academic, denote. Every day, be a sign of, stand for. Academic, negate. Every day, make useless, wipe out. Academic, perceive. Every day, see. Academic, reflect upon. Every day, think about. Academic, reside. Every day, lie, live. Academic, trigger. Every day, cause. Academic, utilize. Every day, use.
Expressions.
Academic, an instance of something. Every day, an example of something. Academic, the converse. Every day, the opposite. Academic, crucial. Every day, very important. Academic, notwithstanding. Every day, despite this. Academic, somewhat. Every day, rather. Academic, thereby. Every day, in this way. Academic, whereby. Every day, by which method.
B. Blends. A.
The origin